Hello there, everybody, and welcome to another edition of a Kane Fan 701 stream. It is yours truly, the man himself. Now, I couldn't do any of these streams because I was too busy celebrating my 33rd birthday. Yes, I officially, last night, turned 33 years old, and I am still going strong. I've had some amazing birthday gifts. I even had some of the best cards that were made from my family, my fans and friends as well. And to be quite honest, I've had some great gifts from you people. Some of the best, birthday wishes you guys could ever give me, and I was really, really happy about it. Some of them were very, very touching and very, very emotional that I nearly cried a couple of times because there were some very heartwarming messages to wish me luck, and I was just overjoyed with happiness. Um, the day before my 33rd birthday, I actually went out with my family and we had a very quiet dinner celebration. And we had a very good meal together. And we celebrated with a bit of bottle of Prosecco and some German beer and some tonic water. And we had some great some food to eat as well. Like, it was brilliant. Like, I really, really had a fantastic time. And honestly, you couldn't have celebrated it any better. Like, there was a lovely sunny day out there as well. It was freezing cold though, let me tell you. We had to stay in for only a few hours because we had a time limitation because we had other guests arriving, so we had to be quick. And it was grand, you know. And then yesterday, on the day when I actually turned 33, it was just brilliant. Like I said before, I had some really good cards from friends and family, and some of you people as well who had some great messages left for me on my DA page and other sites I'm a part of with. I was very, very happy about it. And I really did have a good time. I was sending a lot of replies back to you all. I was just overjoyed with happiness. And I still am today. You know, my first day in the new age, and I'm just absolutely having a good time. Oh, and it seems like I have an old friend here who's joined us. Hey there, Marika. Normally, whenever we're out and about, usually Brandon was usually popping on and you used to be in his streams quite a lot. It's nice to see you again. Thanks, Ray Spectica. Nice to see you too again. My birthday was yesterday, so this is the post-birthday streaming because I couldn't do it yesterday because I was too, full with a lot of celebrations and a lot of messages going left, right, and center. So yeah, I had my hands full quite a lot. But besides all that, I've had friends left, right, and center come, and even though I'll admit I have lost a couple of them, which doesn't mean too much because I've moved on with a lot of personal things, which has done tremendously well. I will have to say though, this year has already been a blast. We're already like a month into it for me as well, so I'm already overjoyed and just trying to have a good time and enjoy life to the fullest. If anybody else wants to pop in, I can. The link's right there in the top in the box. So if any of you guys want to pop in and have some fun and have a little chit chat or anything, that's fine with me because after all, it's supposed to be a celebration thing today. So I'm overjoyed and I do feel happy, even though you can't see it on my face right now, because obviously, obviously my webcam isn't working as much because connection problems, so I have to deal with it without it at the moment. However, though, it is just fantastic. I really am just overjoyed. I think the tone in my voice is enough to convince you guys to know that I am really, really happy. Let's see what else. I'll see if I can get some other people to pop in and join with us too as well, if anybody's interested. Seems like not that many are popping in, but it doesn't really matter. Honestly, like I said, I was really was overjoyed, you know, and I was really like having a lot of good time playing around with my friends. Some were just having a lot of jokes because I literally was having a bit of a party stuff going on in other sections I was having. But like I said before, I mean, my 33rd birthday was just brilliant. Was very thankful about it, and thankfully, it's not snowing out there because when I was born in 1991, the snow was that thick, it was 3 feet deep. You know, it was one of the worst winters we ever had back in the 90s. And well, right now it's pitch black out there. You can't even see anything. It's literally slashing it down with heavy rain. Although we are due to have some sleet, snow, rain in a couple of days, which isn't going to be very good either. So we'll have to brace ourselves for a further brutal winter apparently before spring arrives. Besides all that, though, I'm still doing good. If any of you guys are wondering about my status, I'm really coping really well. Again, I'm just finding newer ways to be more active. I'm going out more often rather than just being indoors all the time, depending how the weather's going to be as well. But I even had a new haircut for the occasion. I've just recently overcame a bad virus throat infection, but I'm okay now, so I'm good for talking. Besides all that, though, I really am just overjoyed, and I really am happy to see what's going on. And I'm just looking forward to seeing what will happen for the rest of this year, since we've already passed a month of it, and then now we're in February, my birth month, and not to see what's going on afterwards. So besides all that, though, I'd just like to take this time to thank all of you guys, to thank you all for the wonderful birthday wishes you gave me, to some of the wonderful words that you said, which really meant a lot to me. I was really overjoyed, and I couldn't thank you guys more than enough. I see Michael Benzia has popped in as well. Nice to see you too, my friend, after a long while. Like I said before, I'm really just enjoying a lot of things right now, and I really am just having a real blast. Like I said before, I'm not sure if I'll put anybody in yet because I'm not sure what to say because I am kind of running out of options of what to speak with. But that's what happens when I'm on my own. When I'm trying to talk to you guys when there's barely anybody watching. But that doesn't bother me too much. Okay, Michael Benzie, I might pop you in if you want to join in. We'll see where that goes. Because I haven't been able to do streams lately because I've been so busy with a lot of stuff. Because there could be some life-changing events happening this year, and I can't say why, because obviously it's the unknown at the minute. You know something? I might put you in, Michael, and see if you'd like to join in. Okay, let's see what we got then. Hey, Michael.
Howdy.
I wasn't sure who it was then for a split second because I saw I was like, oh, it's Michael who I had a talk with last time. So
that's fine.
Well, at least you're in the new stream of the new year. Well, sort of in because we did a New Year stream celebration last time, but here I am on my post-birthday streaming. So yeah, I've officially turned 33, and I may feel old, but I'm feeling more younger on the outside in a strange way.
Well, I recently just passed 20, and I don't feel old one bit.
I felt the same way too when I was that age. Although, to be quite honest, being 2 decades years old at the time felt like it went fly too fast for me.
That's understandable.
It's funny because I don't recall anything going on too much when I was in that state of mind at that point. Although 21 was a regrettable one because I did feel overconfident with myself. I'm not going to say too much, but let's just say it was a bit unpleasant because of, when I was 21 years of age, I felt like I was a grown man and I felt mature enough to be who I wanted to be. Though looking back now, I wasn't quite the mature man I thought I was.
Well, I can understand that because many people would think like, oh, 21 years old, that means I get to drink and stuff like that. And I'm like, yeah, no.
Well, the thing is, I didn't start drinking until 2019, thankfully. But when I do, let's just say the good, mature amount of me really comes out a lot.
Okay.
Not saying I'd be intoxicated, although mom and dad I know about have said I have been. I've always woke up fresh as a daisy with no hangover. I'm just being myself and just letting loose and just having fun.
That's reasonable.
Thing is, I know when and when to, but if I go into full gear mode and emotional wise, it's virtually impossible.
That makes perfect sense,
Well,
actually.
and the good thing is, unlike most drunkenness, I don't act like a pure jerk that would land you in handcuffs. You know,
Yeah.
I've seen it happen before. I mean, it's bad in the UK when they do it, but I know when and when to. Although I will admit, last night I was really going all out. I drank my first big bottle of prosecco, and I've got half of my other one to finish off. So I drank in total. I drank 2 bottles and a half in total. So I didn't drink completely 2 of them. If you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I will be that one person like to say, "Oh, I've already been drinking if you count root beer, but that's like the only thing I'll get close."
Well, like I said, when I drink prosecco, it makes my legs heavy, it makes my back straighten up, and it makes my head feel light. It's almost like a stress reliever than an alcohol for me. And it
Well,
works. It makes me
I've
sleep
never
better.
heard it like that, but oh well.
But that's how it affects me. That's how I feel. I've never once been hangover. I've never been sick, vomited, or whatever. Though I will feel heavy in the legs, and then I will just kind of like it's not like when you flop down intoxicated, going face first, or but I will find it hard to stand up straight. But because I know for a fact my arms aren't even affected, they're always light, so I always know how to hold up on the walls or just keep a sharp eye. But when I get into it, I really get like non-verbal stopping, so I know that's the effect it gives me. But
True.
and I don't hold back. I just literally go full steam, quote unquote. And but it is quite funny though, how it is if you were to be around me, you'd see how I feel like I'm being my age, being 33 and onwards. Like even my dad said it was good to see this side of me coming out, which is not seen very often. But I've been that way since 2019, and when I want to celebrate and party, I do it. But being how I am, I always try and protect my style of just like don't do it, don't go and overdrive, don't make yourself a fool or whatever. Um, Otherwise, it could cause problems. So I know my limits, but even still, I always manage to get a good sleep, wake up in the morning, and no problem. I'm always this way during Christmas time, during the New Year time, and on my birthday. And for the rest of depending if I'm at anyone else's party or invited, I still do it, but very limited.
Well, that makes sense.
Although I don't recall if I ever did it on any of the streams, even though you have seen me drink Prosecco on the camera a couple of times, I don't think you ever saw that other side of me coming out.
No, I don't really think I did.
Unless unless I wasn't unless I wasn't drinking too much. But still I really went all out with it, and a lot of my mates said I was absolutely plastered by what I was saying. Maybe I was, although I wasn't like completely, otherwise I wouldn't have said what I was saying. But it was quite funny looking back on it now. But as I was saying back in my 20s, let's just say, yeah, I'll admit to this, I wasn't quite the mature man I believed I was, because in truth, despite me having Asperger's syndrome, it's like, uh, hang on. Oh, can I have mine just a little later, Mom? Yeah, it's just already on the time. Just I'm streaming live now. All right. Sorry about that, Michael. But
Yeah, that's okay.
got my dinner because I've just been eating quite a lot lately. I've been starving all day. Been eating all day long. But anyways, it was like I would like how do I say this? My state of mind wasn't quite in tuned with my age. It's like 5 years behind or something like that. And as my dad said, you're slowly progressing and not like a normal person would. And that was kind of the truth. Although back then I felt like I was myself, I felt like I could be myself. But now that I'm in my 30s and a decade later on, I feel like I'm finally who I am. But at the same time, it feels like, you fit in, but everything else around you doesn't. And that's kind of the current scenario I'm facing at the minute. It's like, ever since we came out of the pandemic, I feel like we finally fitted in, but others around myself just don't seem to be. Or it could be myself again, I don't know. But that's kind of the current scenario I'm still facing every day.
I can understand that.
It's like I'm finally fitted in with society, but it's like society around me doesn't seem to want to like always comply, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's like when you finally figured it all out or something, everything else has moved on without you, or you've progressed on, everybody else has just been left behind. That's kind of how I know I'm trying not going into trains mode or whatever, but that's kind of like how I'm describing the modern world we're in at the minute. Kind of like how I feel like as a nation for England at the minute.
I can understand that.
Yeah, I feel like England doesn't know where to go. Like we know where we gotta go, but do we know exactly where? Either ways, like I said, I've had a great time. I really have, enjoyed my birthday. I had so many good cards. I didn't have that many presents this year because I only had the birthday money. I managed to make 180, more than I thought I was going to make. And I've been making newer friends as we go along. Some of my older fans even remembered me as Timothy from 10 years ago, who gave me some good ones on my timeline. I had a lot of them on my Facebook, which was brilliant. Quite a lot of them.
I bet one of them was just a drawn version of Timothy with happy birthday on it.
Actually, one of the fans said to me, said, "Happy birthday," as Timothy would say. And I just replied back saying, "It seems like someone remembers me here from 10 years ago because from the Ghost Training movie I did back in 2014. So yeah,
Yeah.
I'm glad, and I'm still getting replies back to this day still that some remembered it and some were glad they grew up with it, where others just remember it for the voice, And I'm glad to know that there are
I
some.
specifically remember the movie because it wasn't just the typical ghost train appears and disappears thing.
Well, yeah, like I said before, I've said this many times. I wanted mine to be different. Well, at the time, I was working with the German Sodor, aka Jerome, if you remember him, or whatever his name was now. He used to be known as Thomas. Thomas,
Thomas fan forever.
that was him. Yeah. Although me and the old team, who I may never come back to, which is strange because they've been very quiet lately since. We'd all call him German James because he was German. Yeah, let's just say he was my first German friend I ever made at the time, because of his
Yeah.
heavy accent, which was quite funny actually, and it still is this day.
I was wondering what accent he had because I'm like, is he German or something? Because I'm pretty sure I don't know if I knew it at the time that he was playing James, but I'm pretty sure. But I'm like, I wonder who's playing James. He sounds German.
Yeah, but at the time I couldn't tell his accent didn't sound that heavy. I didn't know if he was talking Austrian or was he Southern Europe, but he did speak good English. I could tell you that much.
Yeah.
Um, Yeah, but still, it was a joke, and it turned out he was. I'm not sure if he is part German or if he's got another nice nationality in him, but still, I'm glad he's evolved. Well, he's done better than I ever could. I'm not trying to bury myself here. Hey, David
Yeah.
Hall. It's just the fact that there are others younger than me, you know, who have evolved in the Toms community, despite how, you know, bad it still is. But it is actually becoming more enjoyable again because of what we're seeing now, which is good. Some have rebounded damn well. Some have managed to survive this long, whereas I'm still part of it, but I haven't made any progress. I'm trying to make a comeback with a good buddy of mine, because we are planning to do a series, even if it's not quite related to what the fandom's doing. We're trying to do our own thing.
Is that the series where you intend to make Thomas a J50?
That's one of them. That's one of them. Although the intro that you saw was just a test, it wasn't quite official. It was to give you an idea of what I was aiming for or what could be, because lately
Yeah.
the J50 Thomas is starting to get more recognition in the trains community. And I feel like we're getting closer to the 80th anniversary, which will be next year, if I've got that correct. So I felt like it's time for Audrey's J50 Thomas to kind of take center stage and give something back. Something I think would something I've always believed in the last 5. I think by the last 5 or 4 years, I've said this now. I've been saying this lately that I still think the ultimate tribute to Audrey would be how Thomas originally would have been like as a J50 when he first kind of started off. Because I've seen a few people do a few fanfics where he started off just like that and got a rebuild as an E2 afterwards. Because there was one guy I know, I think his name's Lucy Collar, or whatever his name was, and he did one of Thomas as a J50 where he was having problems in communicating with himself and how to work properly. And then at the end of it, he ended up becoming an E2 at the end. And he said like the damage of being trailed behind a big blue engine is what damaged him and why he had steaming problems, which was Gordon. So I'm thinking to myself, in this alternative, what if that had been the case? From how did because many people are wondering, did Thomas restart off as an J50 or an E2 or whatever? But in my older headcanon with Timothy, he's always been an E2. He's just, in my retaking, he was the second prototype of the batch. He wasn't like for the second batch, even though we like to keep that in canon. In my version, he became the second prototype for the second batch afterwards when they had the extended side tanks. Something that Timothy had later on, which is still canon in mine. But the whole J50 Thomas thing, that's supposed to be assessed in a completely different universe, unless I go back to my original idea of him being rebuilt into one.
Makes sense. In my universe, Thomas was just a spare prototype E2, and once everybody was done, and once like the LBSER was done with like experimenting on him, they're like, you know what, let's get rid of him. We don't care where he goes. We just don't need him anymore.
It's kind of like the idea I've got. How should I say this now? Hey Astro Boy, hey David Hall. If any of you guys want to pop in, the link's right there at the top of the list board. Just type that in and you can join the party. Like I said before, there's a little hint. I don't know if I showed you this guys before, but I will give you a probably a retelling, should we say?
Actually, quick question: since you plan to make since you have done something with a J50 Thomas, what do you prefer, Black 5 Henry or C1 Atlantic Henry?
Either Henry is good because it's Henry.
I kind of prefer the Black 5 because the C1 Atlantic. Okay, at this point, the C1 Atlantic looks too small for an engine like Henry, and I kind of prefer him to be like as big as Gordon, but not as bossy, if you know what I mean.
Oh, so in terms of the two Henrys, you're talking about the original and the new shape Henry. I see.
Because here's the thing. When it comes to, I don't know if you heard this, but they have been often being called the three drama queens of Sodor. I kind of picture.
I've heard of that, and I don't believe that one split second.
Well, they kind of are, but I kind of picture Henry being like the middle ground of the two, like Gordon and James be like, oh, I hate this, but Henry's like, you know what, I'll give him, like, it's a new Diesel, for instance, I'll give him a chance, and Gordon and James are all like, we do not like him, and Henry's like, oh, why don't you two just shut up and let him have a chance?
Yeah, I know where you're coming from, Michael. Although I would say if Henry and Gordon and James would have been the drama queens, quote unquote, that would have been when they were younger. But nowadays, because everyone's all mature and the engines are well over 100 at this point, most of them, I don't think they are anymore. Because
you say that, and I'm thinking about James. Yeah, I don't really think so, honestly.
But I don't think I think James is breaking up some old habits. I think he's at that stage in his life where he's finding it difficult to let go. Whereas Thomas and Percy have kind of matured up now at this point. Well, and that's another thing you may have noticed in my films. I'm going off topic here, but I actually made James a very mature engine, which I thought made sense because in my ghost storytellings or whatever the case may be, I tried to change their personas because they were getting older at this point. So I thought, like, why don't they just act their proper age now instead of acting young? You know.
I mean, makes sense. I mean, look at Edward. He's like, I don't know, but I mean, he was 100 back in like, I don't know, the 1990s, and look at him now. He's way beyond 100, and he's like nearing Scarlovi and Renee's age now, and so Edward's like,
Toby's not far, and Toby's not far behind, or he's a few. He may be a few inches ahead as well. So yeah.
Wait, going off of the characters, wouldn't Percy be the second oldest?
Well, we don't know exactly when he came in, so it's obvious he's older. I wouldn't say he's older than Thomas because he seemed more younger around. around him. So I'm thinking to myself, what if Thomas is a few years ahead, or whatever the case may be?
I mean,
Uh,
aren't James and Thomas like the same age? Since because I believe James was built in like 1913 or something, and Thomas would have been built as late as as early as 1913 if he was if he was another prototype engine. So they would be around the same age, which would make
well,
sense because if you read the RWS books, they literally have the same story. They literally just have the same character arc.
they do in a way, and of course, we know Henry's been built since 1919, so he's well over 100 at this point, which is amazing, and he's still going. I'm thinking to myself, because in my head canon, everyone's had different versions of when James arrived at Sodor and made different variations. Some say he arrived after World War II. Some say he arrived in the 1920s or something like that.
I
Or
was actually one of those people who thought that he came in 1945, but now I'm like, wait, how can that work? Henry crashed in 1935. So recently, I reworked my headcanon in which like James arrived in at least I forgot when precisely it said that Thomas gets his branch line. I think it was 1925. So James would have arrived around that time, 1925, because I'm going off the same headcanon that James crashed on his first day. So it would have
we
been
all know
around
that
1925.
everybody else knows that James had crashed during, on his first day. So that's always counts. It's just happened in different timelines, unless we're talking about the TV universe,
Yeah,
which is very
if you're
different.
going from the TV versions.
I think the TVS variations, I think, may have had a similar timelines, but I think in that one, James may have arrived early or maybe sometime after the war or something like that, because we've seen that in NWR Origins. So I feel
Yeah,
like I want to kind of think that kind of is canon almost, but in the Railway series, I would say because in my version, if you saw my OC's Origins in my old DA account, you may have noticed that James actually arrived during the 20s. So in my version, I think he arrived sometime in that situation during the peak days of Steam when the Great Depression was around.
yeah, I can understand that because I was always thinking about. Okay, quick question: what do you prefer, Thomas arriving after Edward, Henry, and Gordon, or like the most common thing, which is he arrived around the same time as Edward?
The more I think about it, maybe in the TVS, I still think Thomas in the TVS we know well, we also saw in season one, we saw that he was with Gordon, Edward, and Thomas and that from the very beginning. Or maybe that was just after the whole origin story that there was no backstory to, because none of us didn't have a back because there was no backstory at that point. So they were all living kind of like as if they all had just got there or something regarding her. So I with this idea in mind, I always like to think it's quite common for everybody to do their decision if when or whenever Thomas came around. In my head canon, he was still around, you know, around when Edward was young. So I felt like they would come around roughly around the same time as each other during 1915. So during the wartime, so it's still headcanon still because a lot of people are doing the exact same. In many remakes, I've always said, it's been the more common thing anyway. But
I mean, the first time I ever saw anyone use the trope that Thomas around the same time as Edward was the 260 Ghost video where Edward says that I ride around the same time as Thomas. And I'm like, oh, that's a nice concept.
that was actually the first time I heard it too. So you guys something in common there. Same thing with it. Well, NWR Origins did his, and Edward arrived just after, so that still kind of counts. What's his name? There's been a couple where Thomas arrived after, and as well, or maybe it's just the fact that maybe Edward knows Sodor because he came there and visited when he was on the Furnace Railway, so it might confuse others. Maybe that's another reason why people might get confused. Why Thomas came after Edward, maybe.
I
So
do like the idea that in the RWS that Thomas was a mix-up and he wasn't meant to go to Sodor, and then you have this whole thing
yeah,
of what if Thomas never went to Sodor?
I like that idea too as well. That's also a headcanon in mine as well. Again, Thomas arriving during the war and because of a mix-up as well. So that too also is headcanon. It's just not quite the same as you saw in the origin story that my old friend Thomas Wine 3 did. It's not quite the same, but it's not like he was going to go and work in a factory in Ireland. It's just one of those things that happened, you know.
Yeah.
Um, like I said, in mine, it's still all canon as usual. Um, but as we know, the three railway engines came out, and that's when Edward and Henry and Gordon were around at the time. And maybe Thomas was there in the background, we just never saw him. So I still believe he was there still. He just didn't get the official introduction until he got the second book out. So that's kind of how I think it slides in the RWS. But yeah. Either ways, I think, like you said, going back to what you said about Henry, his C1 his old shape is pretty cool, showing how young he was. But as we've gotten older, I feel like his new shape, ever since his rebuild, it's still the same Henry. It's not like he lost his old body and got replaced by another one. Like I said, I'm a big fan of the two Henry theory. I did my first own telling about it, although I am planning to do two more versions, which will be
I'm personally not a fan of it because it just doesn't make any sense. I mean, I know it doesn't make any sense. How does an LNER hybrid engine turn into a Black 5? Well, it was Stanier. I'm pretty sure he knew how to rebuild a locomotive entirely, but
well. In truth,
I'm not a fan of the two Henry theories because honestly, there's so many holes in it.
well, we've seen what's happened with other engines who were rebuilt at Crew, just like Henry, so it is possible. So I do believe Henry got his rebuild done, and I feel like he did have a bit of a, you know, I feel like he had a new body, a life sleep within him, but I don't think it affected his memories because he could still remember what happened prior to it. So I don't feel like he lost his memories at all.
Actually, what do you actually prefer Henry's overall personality to be?
I think it worked. I think the overhaul gave him a new lease on life. He felt like himself, and I think he matured quite quickly and became the engine we know and love. You know,
Because I feel because Henry's my favorite character out of all the engines, and I kind of feel like
same here.
he
Same
would be
here,
the
Michael.
yeah. I mean, I feel like he would be that kind of engine to be a bit of a okay. If you ever watched Thomas and Friends season 5, you know how much of a jerk Henry was in that season. But I kind of picture Henry being a mix of Edward and Gordon, where maybe he can get grumpy, but he's more of a Gordon. He's more of an Edward kind of personality, where he's not really that grumpy. He's more of a kind nature lover, and like forget all the hypochondriac stuff because in my head, kind of he's not a hypochondriac. He's more of a he's more of a nature lover, and he often gives advice to engines who have been in the same situation as him. So he's more like a therapist, if you know what I mean.
I get that. Although I will say I wouldn't agree Henry being a quote unquote jerk because I would never see him that way. I just think
Yeah, if
I
you
just
watch
think
season 5, you know what I mean.
I know what you mean, which was one of the best seasons ever, probably, and actually still probably the darkest season of them all in terms of what we saw. But I feel like at that point, in terms of in the TV series, maybe compared to the railway series, just to split the two apart. So I always call it TVS Henry. I feel
Uh,
like at this, so I feel like at this point, I feel like Henry was maturing more. He was finally, you know, not being held back. He would. I feel like he had his own way to speak out and be, like I said before, be who he was supposed to be. Not be too big or bossy, but kind of like showing like how it's done and like especially those few interactions he gets when he doesn't mean to be mad. It's just that I just feel like he's just at this point maturing out. It's kind of like to put it in age wise. I feel like you said, he was between Gordon and Edward. Like he was feeling important like Gordon, but I think he was becoming a bit like Edward in terms of age wise.
Though
But
I do like how in the RWS Christopher Audrey kind of made like this little like rivalry that he had with James. I kind of like that prefer over Gordon because Gordon, well, yeah, he's gonna have a rivalry with everybody, but Gordon, Henry, and James, like since they're like either one of them it can be considered second best to Gordon. So I kind of prefer that rivalry over any of them over James.
well,
Over Gordon, I mean.
but to be honest, it's just a trio rivalry. Who can be better than the other, or whatever the case may be. Fighting for prestige and the importance of running the most important train on Sodor. I can get that. That's natural for bigger engines to have their own rivalry of who can be the better. It's natural. I've seen it happen with all the others, so Henry's no different. It's something that never gets old. But yeah, I
To be
mean,
honest, if you think about it, in my head canon, Timothy has his own accident and is dead per so. But if he was alive in my head canon, I would kind of make him the third wheel to Edward and Toby to rival Gordon, Henry, and James.
because it's funny you bring it up because in my head canon, let's just as you saw in what's his name in Richard Jordan's Thomas and Timothy, he would stand up to any engine. It's the same thing in my head canon. The only thing is, and I don't know if NWO 1991 or Richard Jordan didn't even realize this, but they actually hatched something that I intended to do first. But it was thanks to them that helped me with the rebooting of Timothy being a much more, you know, he may be little, but he's more than capable of standing up to his own with anybody who's bigger than him. Like, as if to say, you don't mess with anybody who's little than you, pick on someone your own size or whatnot.
I
It's
mean,
like
are you going off of the idea that Timothy would lose his temper if something didn't go right or upset him personally?
that's still headcanon for anybody who does Timothy. That's natural. But when it comes to picking on his siblings, especially with Thomas, who he's more closely to, or anybody else in his E2 family siblings who are mostly all gone at this point, let's just say he can really get he shows that side that you don't usually see. Like, it's not like saying he's a vicious, violent engine, but it's that kind of big brother figure who steps in for the little one, it's like there's an old saying: if you mess with one brother, you're messing with the other. That's
Well,
kind of
if you think about it, usually when people think of a older little brother relationship, they mostly think of the older brother picking on the little brother. But in Timothy's case, I don't really see that happening.
well, you can see it in my new headcanon it would be because originally at the time, if I had done Alfred and some of the other engines who were pretty bad, Timothy would not shy away from many of them. He would literally show legit it's kind of like in reality if we had any of our big brothers who are older than us, who's the oldest of the bunch, would do what they have to do best. Although Timothy isn't quite like the other E2s. Like I said, he was a bit stronger. He could do things that they couldn't do because he had certain modifications to him. Because in my new headcanon, he does get newer parts that make him much more stronger.
I mean,
Even 5% stronger than Thomas, keep in mind.
he's a tank engine, though.
Yes, but I mean, when he gets rebuilt in my new headcanon, I should say, like I said, the improvements made to him have made him a bit more better than he originally would have been.
Well, in my universe, Timothy dies, and then the NWR kind of builds their own one-off example of the E2 named Jonathan, and he's like the new number 0, and he replaces Timothy, and over time he becomes like, I don't want to say he becomes like one of the first engines, but since he's numbered 0, he always considers himself to be like one of like the first engines, but he always considered Thomas. Okay, so in my head canon, Markland comes to Sodor first, then Jonathan, then Thomas and Edward. So
Markland, I remember him.
So in my universe, Jonathan and Markland are like a duo. Like, since they're the two old buddies of Sodor, they know everything about Sodor, including Markland. And so like they're before Thomas and Edward came to Sodor, it was Jonathan and Markland for a little bit. But Jonathan knows about Timothy. Like, he knows about Timothy. He knows about what happened, and he feels that kind of guilt because Timothy was a member of my class. I mean, I'm a replica of him, but I'm a member of his class. I'm ashamed that a member of my class would do something so horrible. But deep down inside, he knows that it wasn't Timothy's fault. It was the old controller's fault for being so gosh darn mean.
Yeah. Indeed. Although Markland still exists in mine, although he's just a background character that you don't even notice. However, though, like I said before, Timothy still arrived on Sodor, although he was a bit there longer before the accident happened. But in mine, he still survived, although it's, like I said before, the whole origin of him being on Sodor is getting completely rebooted up.
Because, well, so when do you think Timothy like first arrived on Sodor? Like 1912, like he did in Kirk Ronan?
That was in the original old backstory of it at the time. But the actual story itself actually is 1913. It's still
Yeah.
beginning. That's as far as back as I can get it as in my official headcanon. And
Because in my universe, Markland comes to Sodor in 1909. Yes, I know his class does not look like an engine that will be built in 1909. Trust me. But in my head canon, he was like a one-off engine specifically built to run on Sodor, like on the. I don't even know what railway he would have run on Sodor around that time. Probably the light railway or something like that. I have no clue. But he would definitely.
Well, to give you a helping hand, Michael, back then Sodor was still in its early stages. They were made up of 3 smaller railway companies. The one the one before the Elsbridge thing was even built at the time, there was the other one I remember very well, which was called the Tidbert, Nafford and Elsbridge Railway. So
Then it would have to be that railway because if I'm correct, the Sodor mainland Railway went out of business by the time of 1909. I mean, they were still a company, but they weren't running trains and stuff like that. If you go by the Unlucky Tugs video, that they weren't really that successful, honestly. So in my opinion, yeah, I would agree that he would have been on that railway.
I would have think they would have lasted until the Great Depression.
Mm.
I think they would have lasted until the 1920s. Just didn't have much left until they landed until whatever it was, until the Kurt Roman came around, and then that's how long I think it lasted until its closure. And then you had, in my version, the Tidbert, Nafford and Elsbridge Railway would have been the place Timothy would have landed in my new headcanon, even that because the viaduct hadn't even been built back then. Still,
True.
So again, they had 2 different railways. There was 3 different railways, I think, or maybe more. I know the Scarlet Railway was around, the Mid-Sodor Railway was around, but I'm talking about when the bigger engines were around.
Actually, quick question: if you had to live near one railway, what would it be? The Mid-Sodor or the Scarlet Railway?
To be quite honest, if you're talking about those small railways, I probably would have been living near. I know you didn't mention it, but I probably would be around somewhere near the Mid-Sodor Railway. I would.
Is it just me? It doesn't feel like the Scarlet Railway was inspired by the Typhon Railway, and the Mid-Sodor was going to be a bit like the Festiniog Railway.
Yeah, it was inspired by a bunch of them, but it was based on the Welsh railways though a lot, definitely.
Yeah, obviously, in my universe, there was a third line that was built after World War I, where a certain old Warrior engine worked at with 2 other engines who appeared in the TV series.
Yeah, basically the same one where Toby found Bertram in the old Warrior section. Yeah.
Yeah, but in my universe, there are 2 other engines who worked on that line, and they're pretty. How should I say this? They're known in the Thomas and Friends community. They're actual characters in the community, but they haven't been explored as much. Well, one not so much as the other one.
I think I know who you're referring to. Although in my headcanon, I mean the castle the castle is still restored. That we saw in season 5. Although as for the mine, Bertram's old mine, as much as I'd like that to be restored, a part of me thinks that should be kept untouched and left alone, because the route was pretty cool when the trains won. And some trivia for you: if my Timothy saga had continued at the time, which was like a Star Wars style, quote unquote, Timothy's ghost would have been moving around from one abandoned place to another, because after all, 311 unintentionally had no idea that because she snuck into his abandoned section, and that's what woke him up, as you know in the film.
Yeah.
And he knew he wasn't going to last there much longer, because eventually the old abandoned mine thing would be found and someone would have spotted him if they had been brave enough. And then he would have gone over to the Normandy branch where the abandoned harbor was, near where the abandoned tunnel is, and he would have stayed there. He would have stayed there briefly, and then he would have transferred himself again to that abandoned mine that we saw in season 5, and that's where he probably would have ended up for the rest of the whole film, and for the rest of the whole saga. That's where he would have ended up.
That makes sense. But in my head canon, so the mining railway was made up of three engines.
That's fair.
The first one was a certain. Have you ever seen that deleted footage of an engine in that one deleted scene from season 5? You probably know who I'm talking about.
Scarlo's ghost.
Yeah.
Oh, for crying out loud! It's not freaking Skarloey.
That's the only
I mean,
one I can think of.
Could you
It's,
imagine? Could you imagine how messed up that would be? Like if that was actually Skarloey and he did, and like that was just a member of his past that he forgotten. I mean, it's not in my head, Ken. Thank God. But
that
but
would
it
have been
would
easily. That would have
it
been
would be
easily spat counted. I'd like to think it's actually one of Scarlo's fallen siblings, or possibly it could have been someone that may have been based on his design after all. And I'd like to, and I know this is catchphrasing of me. I think it could have been a prototype of his class, or it could have been possibly the engine that would have been him originally that wasn't named. You know,
well in my universe. That engine was named Blue Mountain, and he was number one of the mining railway with Bertram. He was the quietest of the three engines, but he was known to be working himself hard. I mean, too hard, which is probably what led up to his accident. I mean, he worked himself too hard. Probably something broke, and he ran off the bridge.
well, like I said before, there's just so many things that are going on right now. But just for the time being, I'll be back in a couple of moments. I'll let the three of you guys chit chat. Astro
All
Boy
right.
and Samuel, welcome on my birthday
Okay.
post stream.
Well,
Good to
yeah.
finally
Hi,
be here.
by the way.
So, how are y'all doing today?
I'm
Good.
doing good. I'm doing good. You know, I've been friends with Glenn for actually a long time, actually. So, yeah,
That's
we
good to
we
hear.
actually started back in 2019 with talking to each other, maybe 2018 or 2017. So I've been friends with Glenn for a while.
That's good.
2018.
I just got the I've also just got the HO scale Amtrak E60 electric locomotive in my collection now.
Oh, nice.
I
And
bet that cost you a pretty penny.
Yeah, and I'm actually going to be very secret with you guys. To be quite honest with you guys, even though I love Thomas the Tank Engine and I love the show, it's probably one of my favorite shows of all time. I'm going to be quite honest with you. I kind of sort of left the fan base. Kind of sort of
You left
maybe. Yeah, people were just very toxic in it.
Makes sense.
People were
That's
just very
okay.
rude. Yeah, I have some history with some of the older users. Like, okay, for example, Skarlovi Reneus and Fluke Girl, I have some history with them.
Okay, guys, I'm back. I had just heard what you said there, Samuel. It's best never to mention those two guys because they gave me hell back in the past too. Okay, but except for Fluke Girl, whatever the case may be, just keep her out of it because I have mutual feelings on the matter with that one. I feel sorry for the individual, but like I said, it's
Here
best
it is.
to forgive. It's best just to let it go, and forgive and forget. But even I have had my issues in the past. But we don't want to further damage the community. Like I said, I mean, I know it's still toxic, but it's not as bad as you think it is nowadays. It's just depending on who is who, and then they end up getting the comeuppance.
It's not really as bad, to be quite honest with you.
Because I'm telling you, I actually got back with Victor Tanzik after 4 years, and he said to me that he never forgot about me. He still talks to me.
Is that the Pooch engine that everybody kept calling the Pooch because it looked like it was a pooch? I'm looking at the engine. I'm like, is that the Pooch engine that everyone kept saying Amtrak looked like a pooch dog?
I don't think
No,
so.
they just basically just call them the bricks.
Oh my gosh!
At least it's not a brick house on wheels.
Are you referencing the F40PH?
Yeah, well, they have some same issues as those kind of engines because, well, they tended to shake side to side due to their truck design.
Oh,
Yeah, that'd be a very unpleasant ride.
oh,
Anyways, I'm just gonna hit my chest.
Yeah,
So
but they only
basically it'll be-
but they only lasted for like 30 years of service until
Well,
they
that's
were
not
officially retired.
Well, that's not a bad life. That's not a bad career. 3 decades of service is quite a long time.
Has anybody even like tried to do a episode where an F40PH or a Genesis went and visited Sodor?
Hey guys,
You know, that actually reminds me because there is a fan made series called Thomas and the Rail Tours.
Oh yeah,
I love,
that
look,
too.
look,
Yeah.
don't get me into that. I love that series to death. Every time they do a new summer season coming up, it's brilliant.
That's a
I
great.
really
That's a great season. That's a great series.
that
Yeah, I
series
love that too.
Why did they make
series-
the New York Central Hudson a wannabe Donald Trump?
Oh god, let's not bring that shite in, all right? Jesus
Yeah,
Christ! And
I mean,
what
it was
please.
funny, but
it was
but
funny,
since
yes, but from a political standpoint, no,
Yeah, I
not
don't
since the
really.
like
Since the
politics
New
in
York
between.
Central is meant to be like some kind of okay, if I am I correct in saying that the New York Central Hudson looks like a knight in shining armor?
Kind of is.
I would
What I
picture it
will-
being like
Yeah,
a knight kind of
I really
engine.
kind of like its streamlined design, though. It really fits perfect for the Hudsons.
Listen, I wasn't really into the Hudson Streamline, but it's really cool. I like the
Yeah.
unstreamliners, but it is
Yeah.
really cool though. Don't get me wrong, one of the best I've ever seen. But I'm always a big fan of the New York Niagaras, the massive one, big Normans that can move fast despite their massive size. Those are the engines
And
I
don't forget
like.
about the PRR's K4s.
And the K4 is definitely worth a thing too.
And the Pennsylvania Railroad S1s, my favorite steam locomotive of all time.
Let me tell
Yeah,
you something.
yeah.
Let me tell you something, guys. If Silverman does the whole thing with Thomas and the Rail Tours again and brings back one of the New Yorkers, if he brings back a Niagara, that would be brilliant. Or if he brings back if he actually brings a K4 into the that one, that would be
Yeah.
quite nice. Because
Well,
that's technically,
has Bachman ever made the Niagara?
I don't think they ever have done. I know there's been other models who have, but I have never seen a Bachman variation.
Because
I
I'm pretty
don't
sure
even-
he uses Bachman stuff.
Because I haven't seen one, at least not yet anyway. Anyways, going back to what I was going to say, guys, this is kind of the planned idea that me and my buddies are going to do when we do the whole series. This is technically what we will see. I say
Oh,
technically.
nice.
Wow,
We might see.
that looks pretty nice.
Since we are getting close to the 80th anniversary of the Audrey series, I felt like this is what will become of Thomas, because if you remember in some of my previous posts, he's gone back to his TVS form, but he's wearing the 75th Audrey livery like this one, which is to give you a hint he's going further backwards.
Yeah, the Thomas fan base is pretty big, and just yeah,
Yeah, how about this for a laugh?
Who is that?
yeah.
It's
Who's
Gordon.
the? Oh, that's Gordon as a brake van.
What?
Yes, it's a funny
What
joke.
the heck is that?
Brake
Nappa
van.
3 Listen, Nappa 3D did that for a laugh called Henry. It's called Gordon, the blue brake van, and it was quite funny. I couldn't resist but use it for a prank joke, and it worked. I was so happy I got
I
this.
could just imagine some kind of. I know Victor Tanzig did this, but imagine if it was a reverse where Gordon was the one who was teasing on Thomas. Wake up, lazy bones! You're the freaking express engine here. Why the heck are you being so gosh darn
Yeah.
cheeky?
I wouldn't mind if Victor did that. And speaking of which, there's Tom and Jory from the Engines of Eights, who are basically spin-offs of Thomas and Friends, which I kind of like.
Yeah.
Everyone's been doing crossovers lately with these two now, and I kind of like that idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And finally,
You know, I'm also kind of surprised that two of Amtrak units of the E60s have made it into preservation. Like one is still wearing the Amtrak paint scheme, and the other one is the New Jersey Transit paint scheme.
now, to give you an idea, if I was to ever do a railway series again, if I did, this is what Gordon would look like. And I will say this is the better version I've had since I had Wild Nor'Westers. Like, because he's got his smoke deflectors.
With smoke deflectors, huh?
Well, this Gordon does come with and without them. There's two different variations. And of
That's
course,
actually how I plan to make my Gordon, except that along with the smoke deflectors, he also gets a second tender. So he's basically like TVS Flying Scotsman, basically. But
Yeah.
that's how he is in my series too, Flying Scotsman. But Gordon gets a second tender and smoke deflectors because I'm like, you know what? Since he is a member of Scotsman's class, I think he should be given the same treatment as Flying Scotsman.
yeah. Well, we'll see
Yeah.
what happens in my canon, anyways. And you can also see the original version of what Edward would have looked like from the Milton's era. And
Oh,
I don't know
nice.
why, but I really do like the earlier variations of the engines when they first came out in the books. I think like the rest of the Steam team should. Like, what if they were in the same? I know Audrey didn't like them, but I kind of like it. It makes these engines look younger and kind of like, could
Yeah.
this be how they officially started before the Railway became an official, Railway series in its own way? Like, what if this was the Milton version of Thomas and Friends? And Thomas would have been a J50 in the Milton stages as well, because you get what I'm trying to get at, right?
Yeah.
And here we go. And there's Thomas. That's the one I was telling you about. That's what we've seen him lately, and he's been that way in my canon ever since.
Yeah.
And in my new head canon, this is what is becoming of Gordon. Because look, he has got his 2 tenders.
Cool. And he's pulling
Ooh.
the special coaches. They call them the special coaches.
Well, in my variation, he's just given a nice special rail tour treatment. Again, this is actually head canon in mind because I've been doing this more often.
I always like
is
those
actually
coaches
pretty
in
nice.
comics.
As you can clearly see, I've done a lot of other stuff with my friends as well, who've got me some good models and everything else. And of course, here's what I did of Rebecca. And of course, this is her season 7 look. Like, what if she came in even beforehand?
Cool.
I mean, I don't think it would make much. Okay, if Rebecca had come to Sodor like sooner, or if they reworked her personality, then it would have been much better than just her replacing Henry.
Look, she didn't quote unquote replace Henry. Henry's still there at Vicarstown. It's just they had a new roster change. And that's where the beginnings of the fandom became, no, I wouldn't say toxic, but it was becoming to that point where everybody was losing their heads at this point. And
Well,
nobody-
I can understand why, because Edward and Henry, they kind of started it, so
yes, they did. But it's kind of like I like the fact we were getting newer faces and newer engines, which I thought was quite intriguing because, again, it kept my interest. And of course, here's one of Gordon had he turned into a mixed traffic engine.
Yeah, Gordon's pulling freight cars.
Yeah, but look at his wheel basement.
Oh.
He's actually
Oh, they've been
he's
changed to
taken-
black.
He's basically he's playing the role of a V2. That's what he is, like Green Arrow's type.
We all know how Gordon hates to pull freight cars.
But this is an alternative Gordon, and he doesn't mind doing it. And
I've always been wondering what would happen if there was a story where Gordon went to the U.S. like Scotsman, but instead of going to the West Coast, Gordon went to the East Coast.
Yeah.
that would be quite funny, actually. If that were
Like,
the case.
I don't know where he would have
Yeah,
went.
that would be like so
Strasbourg,
cool if 2 of the A3, like the A3 class, would be a more
Yeah.
would be
And
going to the American tour.
Have you noticed something about this Edward? Because look at his boiler style.
Oh,
Oh,
is that Bell Pair Firebox?
Yeah, this is basically Audrey's later version of him, and I kind of like to think this is what it would look like after his rebuild in TVS, making him more stronger and more efficient looking.
As a Pennsylvania Railroad fan, and they were the ones who used Bell Pair Fireboxes. This is Pennsylvania Railroad approved.
And speaking of which, here's the other alternate version of the 3 express engines. Gordon in his V2, Henry as a mogul, yes, because if he's got the mogul class, and James has been built into a Gresley type. Again, set in an alternative universe.
I like to point out that
also,
since James is from the Lancashire and Yorkshire Railway, and since Henry is technically a Black 5, would that mean it'll be 2 against 1 because Gordon's from the LNER, and since the Lancashire and Yorkshire was part of the LMS, it'll be 2 against 1?
Kind of, yes, but this is kind of like a different Sodor, and they kind of like capitalized on making them more better. And here's Gordon, like, this is the first time when he would see James in his look, and he's like, good God, can't believe my eyes what I'm seeing here. And of course, there we are. Again, I don't know why. I mean, I know everyone loves James in his old form, but I don't know why. But the Grizzly James to me felt like a perfect alternate version of what
Really,
would be
really
like for
James.
you know.
Yeah.
I think James would be more happier this way, and he wouldn't feel like a small engine anymore. And I think it would improve his attitude. Make him more mature looking.
I like
Yeah.
to point out that unlike Henry and Gordon, James has such a nothing basis. Like Henry, the Black Five; Gordon, the LNER A3; James, the Lancashire and Yorkshire Class 28, where nobody even cares about.
Yeah, I know a lot of people are gonna kill me for this, but honestly, I kind of like the TV format of them. Not trying to say that, I'm glad that, the TV formats of them. I don't know. I don't know why I do, but I still like the Railway series though.
Yeah, Railway series will always have they're always going to be number one because they're based on their real life design. Just ignore that OC. That's Chris, aka Dark Magical Yoshi. There.
Oh yeah, I know that. That's like a fire engine that was shown in Victor's Tanzig's video that I watched back in 2019. That was pretty cool.
But that's actually Dark Magical Yoshi's OC of herself as part of Edward's class.
A furnace railway engine.
Then that was the first version of the Milton era of Edward I found on the Forest Dean, which is really good. Same place where I found Gordon as well, with what he would have looked like. Here we go.
Yeah.
As to what Gordon would have looked like, same style, but based on the book style, as what he would look like before what he would eventually would become.
So what about old McGreen Caterpillar with red stripes? What about him?
You mean Percy?
Yeah. Is he the same in your series, or is he like kind of sort of different?
Oh boy, Percy is gonna absolutely find himself in a whirlwind of identity crisis because I don't even know what variation I'm gonna think of. I'm still stuck with the idea of giving him his railway form. Don't get me wrong. It's pretty cool because I'm used to
I think he's already in an identity crisis.
Yeah, because to be quite honest, I've seen somebody actually do Percy in a oh god, this is gonna I feel bad by doing this, but I actually did get Percy in an industrial engine form, and then someone's done an improved variation of him. But now I feel like what if that had been how he had been in a hidden, like this would be a cluster origin for Percy. But there's just so many versions of him I'm thinking of getting that I think his TVS would have to do, but would take on the Railway Series form because the 06 models definitely know how to pull it off despite the lack of face packs. It still works.
I'm guessing Doug Oliver and the Scottish Prince would just be the same because there's not much you can do with their designs.
Basically, Dalton Douglas in mine, I've actually found some better models of them, and they look amazingly better in their 06 forms. I found some improved ones that look superb. That would almost beat their RWS form.
Wait, what do you prefer? RWS paint scheme Dalton Douglas or just TV series black Dalton Douglas?
They're basically as they are. I just prefer them in their Scottish livery. I mean, like I said before, I mean, I have found Cam Scott's versions to be a lot more accurate, but I found some better versions of their 06 forms in the TV series, but they seem to be wearing their RWS variation of their Scottish livery, which is even better, like much more thicker, should we say.
That makes sense.
And this was a bit of a rip on Wild in the Wester since Emily and Henry are a couple, quote unquote. This is actually Emily in a What If Season 1 look had she been in the series, which I thought was very interesting.
Oh, wow. That actually would not be bad.
And I am a big Emily mark ever since she came out in Season 7. And still
I am not a fan of her becoming the 12th NWR engine, honestly.
Headcanon, she still is the 12th engine. She just doesn't carry the number 12 on the tender.
I mean, in my universe, there is an engine who carries number 12. I mean, Emily does carry number 12, but another engine is officially the NWR number 12. I mean, he has a messed up backstory in my headcanon, trust me. But, yeah.
I'm just trying to find that photo now where I found...
Oh, wait. In your universe, does Barry work on
Barry's still alive. Yeah, he's still alive. I just haven't seen him yet.
What class is he? Because recently it came out that he was actually meant to be Arthur's class.
Well, Barry's still the rescue engine as we've seen in Wild in the Western series, so it still can. And there's Ginger Jesus himself, Brandon, who's basically the youngest of the
What
E2.
the heck did you just call him?
Ginger Jesus, that's his funny nickname because Brandon looks like Jesus.
Oh my goodness.
Because he looks like him. And he's got a ginger beard, hence the name Ginger Jesus.
Oh my lord.
And if you're wondering
Okay,
why he's all
I've actually found something very undiscovered that there has been a misdesign of these models that I have found. Like
If you
these
think
designs
what-
of these models are completely wrong.
if you're wondering why he's dressed up like this, is because he's actually from Canada. So he's actually a Canadian E2.
How was
A
then
Canadian E2?
Where's the
Basically-
bell? Where's the cow catcher?
His bell is actually hidden from out of sight, so you can't see it.
Where's the cow catcher? Actually, that would
Look.
look weird.
Yeah. Well, as Brandon would say in my hilarious impression of him, but what are you talking about, cousin Jeb? I don't even catch girls. I'm not even an American. I'm a Canadian. Don't be funny, Jesus.
Yeah.
Don't make me crucify you.
Actually, if you think about it, a LBSER E2 with side plates like Toby isn't really a bad idea when you think about it. Like,
God, I've seen a few of them do that now with Thomas, but now that I've seen some other people do it now, James has suffered from it. Percy just recently got it. Ducks just recently had it. Bill and Ben have just had it done. And I'm thinking to myself, oh my God, we've got a cow catcher syndrome going on.
it's only a matter of time before Gordon gets it. Oh.
That'll be the cluster.
Here's something that I'm usually talking about right here. Like, if you see this picture right here, this is actually a misdesign of this engine model right here. Because this is actually a mere copy of Amtrak's E60 electric locomotive. Because in this model, they just removed the second cab and just leave this on here because it's actually a mere copy of the Amtrak E60. But here, this is an actual original E60 that is a lot more better than the other.
Damn right it is.
Wait a minute. Is this just the usual? Gee, we're running out of ideas to make models from. Oh, I know. We'll just take an existing locomotive, bring it some random paint scheme it probably never wore in real life, put it on, and say it's a model. Is this that kind of situation?
Yeah. You know, I kind of very disappointed that American GK models have really messed it up because this is the real model of the E60C right here because this model was made by Bachmann.
It was. That is true.
Like,
I mean,
they kind of messed it up. Like it really, like, you know, that it's just a mere copy of the E60CP.
Let's see, you got some more stuff showing there too. Speaking of which, here's Thomas's reaction when you got to see when you guys were talking about the Pennsylvania stuff. Michael, you're gonna like this one. Here's Thomas as he still is in my head cam, but look what he's seeing.
What is that? A doodlebug?
Yes, it is.
Wow.
On its first visit to Seoul, he has never seen anything like it.
Wow.
That would be a random American visitor if I've ever seen one.
It would work.
Wait, could you? Okay, in my universe, a Niagara does come to Sodor, and he becomes part of the. There's a railway on Sodor in my cane called the National American Railway, which is a railway for American engines, and the Niagara engine is just called Niagara.
And of course, as you can see, here's the newer version of Jeffrey meeting up with Brandon.
I see Brandon has his own coaches.
I actually don't know where I could try to find the Bachmann's E60 electric locomotive.
Yeah,
I don't
and
know
there's-
where I could find it. I did try to find it on eBay, but no luck.
And of course, there's yours truly.
Wait, if I'm correct, are you a 482?
I'm supposed to be a Super A0, meaning I've got a longer boiler, and I have 4 sets of wheels. I'm almost supposed to be a 482, not a 282 Mikado, but this is the closest I've ever looked in my Railway Series form.
Because I was gonna say you kind of look like a Romney and Haidt railway engine. Sorry, Romney. Oh God, I don't know why the name is mistaken from my head right now. Romney, Hythe, and Dymchurch Railway Engine. That's what
I've heard-
you. That's
I know who those engines are. Those are the engines who remind me so much of Rex, Mike, and Burris from that railway because they're very tiny.
wrong railway. Ravenglass and Exdale.
Yeah. Of course, this is a random thing I was doing because I was a bit bored. I'm just trying to. Where was it? Oh, and of course I did this for a bit of a laugh and for some fun. What if Thomas met her with the Daylights, my favorite Northerners of all time?
Oh, that's nice. I could see that happening.
Yeah, in my opinion, the best express engines of the United States.
Excuse me. I'm a Pennsylvania Railroad fan. I beg to differ.
You know what I'm referring to when it comes to like actual. You know what I'm referring to.
Yes, I know what you're referring to.
Don't want to spark a rivalry, mate. I'm just saying. I just feel like the Southern Pacific always knew how to do it better. Like,
I'm a Pennsylvania Railroad fan, and I will admit that we were the problem that caused Penn Central to go under. I admit, but
not the best merging. After all, the New York Central were in fact your number one rival. Probably the best.
Here's the thing. On my community post, I did a poll of what was worse, British Railways or Penn Central. Almost everybody said Penn Central.
I think that to be quite honest, both were in my opinion. That's just me. Speaking of which, here's what I said about Percy. There's so many versions I did of him over the years. You know, not the best ones I've done. But okay, here we go. This is what I was supposed to officially look like with my actual tender making me much longer and bigger than Gordon. This would have been my current look. Yeah. All right.
I can wait. I like to imagine this like I've always thought this about the three drama queens of Sodor. You got Gordon's Hill, Henry's Tunnel, Obi James. James's Station.
Yeah. Oh, and speaking of which, here's the TVS version of what would have happened in that first Timothy story that I did back in 10 years ago. This would have been the TVS version of Percy's encounter with yours truly.
There's a few there's actually a ghost train that I've actually been thinking of adding to Sodor, and it's actually a ghost train that you recently have often talked about in your DeviantArt.
And you mean 311?
No, not that one. The Minor Silver Ghost.
Oh, the Minor Silver Ghost. Yes,
I'm just gonna say this right now. There were two. When I first saw that post that you did, there were two questions that popped up into my head. One, how the heck does he know about that? And two, why did he make it a Heisler?
That's because we've never seen what the engine looks like, and on the remakes I've seen, it has been shown as that. So it's the closest we've ever seen.
If you read the song, the story goes that the engine was trying to save a group of men that were lost in a mine. Do you really think the Heisler is really the best choice?
It could have been a different. Maybe it was going to take the train out there, and then it would have took it into the mine while waiting on the outside.
I don't know about you. Okay, this seems rather lazy, but I would have just pictured it as being a regular 460 like Sierra number 3.
I'm not so sure.
Just
yes, the movie star locomotive.
Yes. Oh, and speaking of which, guys, this is the other version of Percy I've got, his woolly bear form.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. If I may say, I've actually been doing sprites.
Sprites, yeah. Oh boy.
Say, Michael, you say that you're always a big fan of the Pennsylvania Railroad, are you?
Yes.
Well, I actually found out there's one last surviving freight electric locomotive that was for the Pennsylvania Railroad, the General Electric's E44.
Oh, that's nice.
Indeed.
Do you guys have any opinions about General Electric?
I'm not really a big fan of that. Sorry.
They're fine, I guess. I mean, I'm more of a steam locomotive guy, but hey, diesels are fine. Okay. When it comes to diesel locomotives, I specifically prefer the original F unit, no, E units that America used to run back in the 1930s, 40s, and 50s. I prefer those diesels.
Well, those engines were actually built by EMD.
Yeah, EMD engines.
EMD.
Yeah. Honestly, I kind of prefer the diesels that are kind of built now, but not really. But the
I mean,
steam
to be
engine.
fair, GE is now very more like a successful company than EMD ever become with because they had lots of problems back in that day.
Sure.
Yes, they did.
And General
They were-
Electric is still way ahead of the company, building newer generation freight diesel locomotives that they're doing today.
That is true, actually. You make a good point.
And Glenn, since you're from the UK, I must ask: are you excited for the announcement of Beton Grange's steaming?
Yes, I am.
I
What
What
do
do you
mean,
mostly think about the engine Tornado?
I don't know. Anyways, you might believe this.
I have something to say about it, but I might get ripped because of it.
Anyways, guys, like I said, I also did this reenactment during last year's Halloween because I was filming it last year. I even did this version of Henry having an encounter with Mr. Jacob Wellington. Doesn't that give you any bells?
Old controller. Yep.
He's right there. I thought, what if? I was having a laugh.
I was wondering if you were going to give that guy a name because the old controller doesn't really fit that much. It's
Well-
more ominous.
Well, Mr. Jacob Wellington isn't actually the controller, but it's funny how everybody keeps using the same.
Am I hearing computer notifications?
That's on my end, sorry, because everybody's going crazy on my other side. So
What's the matter with it?
It's just because I'm getting more notifications elsewhere. Just trying to find.
Wow.
I'm just trying to find.
I don't know which one I should pick. Should I get the American GK model of the E60 or the Bachmann's E60? Like, they're a little bit different from each other.
Whatever has better quality, whatever is the best quality, and runs good.
You can choose whichever you like. It's your decision.
Oh wait, here's a quick question: what is the most radical engine that you can think of that would possibly visit Sodor?
I don't know.
I mean, a Santa Fe 210-10-2 or a triplex is on the top of the list for me. Other than the S1, obviously, but you know.
I don't know. Maybe a CSX train. I don't know.
Do you have
I'm
any
sure-
opinions about the Erie Railways triplex?
I'm a big fan of the Erie triplexes, regardless of their flaws. I feel that they were probably one of the best ever built. Like, even though they were monsters of engines, they still looked quite pretty impressive in the early articulated years of steam.
Monster, have you seen the? Have you
They
seen the
are very,
flippin'-
very huge, bigger than they're a little bigger than the bigger engines like the big boys and Challengers and stuff.
Well, back at the day, just think about it. They had a very similar thing to what Henry would have suffered from in his old shape. They had smaller fireboxes, just like Henry did. They couldn't steam properly. And once they had that solved problem, they could steam a lot better, but they then suffered from wheel slip, which is what happened in their rear tender section.
If you really think about it, if Jason was a full-fledged member of the Northwestern Railway, he would literally just be what Big Bertha was on the Licky Incline.
Well, in my head, if I can get that mold back working again, if I could. Jason is actually officially, like I said, he's supposed to be. I know he's a 2888882, but in my head canon back in the old Steam day, he was actually a combination of the two triplexes. He had the full body of the original, but his wheel configuration was a 48884 or whatever it was. Like, he was a hybrid of the two classes. And he could do what the others couldn't do, which gave him more. Because, like you saw in the film, he could do more than they could do. He wasn't just a shunter; he could actually pull his own weight around.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, in my universe, Sodor was able to build its own locomotives from a few companies. Well, okay, they still bought engines, but they sometimes build their own engines, and some of them they were just like one-off versions of other classes. I mean, I don't think in my universe they ever went that far, but they did try a few Malay designs here and there.
Yes, indeed.
And so, and in my headcanon, Sodor has a policy. We always find a job for our engine, and we never scrap it until we know it's unredeemable.
It's funny because it's funny you bring that up. It seems like you and I have almost similar ideas in our heads, almost.
Well, well, not when it comes to Timothy. In my universe, he's just straight up dead. In your universe, he's still alive. In your new universe, he's still alive. But in my universe, he's just straight up dead.
No, in my version, he barely survived. Anyways, back to what I was going to say. Oh, yeah.
Do you have any opinions about the PR's S2 steam turbine engine?
Oh, God. Oh, good Lord. That one was a feast of a big loco, and I think that engine deserves more than it should. It gave the Pennsy a lot of publicity.
I mean, Lionel made good models of it, I guess.
I'm surprised it lasted for
even though the engine failed in real life, it still had a successful career as a model engine.
True.
It's the same thing with the S1. You know, they still had the Lionel models and the other HO models to keep the legend alive. So I guess failed engines can find their ways in railroading modeling. So no doom and gloom there. But to be quite honest, I actually heard from KNL, it's just a rumor that they actually might make that version. They're heavily bent on wanting to make the Pennsy turbine for one of their next projects.
Are they actually planning to build an S2 in there?
No, not in reality. About on the game for KNL trains. That's what I heard.
Well, okay. So here's the thing. They have made the Pennsylvania Railroad FG1, which is, in my opinion, a wonderful locomotive.
I love that model. Like now we've got both the J Texas, which were built, and now we can do like an alternate history if the FG1 had, become a reality, if history had been twisted. And this is one of the best things I think KNL did. And I thought to myself, what if they do these more often? Let's make these what if engines come to life. What if we can alter history? Because that Pennsy FG1's been in other videos since it came out because of its popularity.
Well,
it almost makes
well,
me feel
the J1s were actually they were originally from the Chesapeake in Ohio that were like classified as the T1s.
Well, yeah, but because they were based on the same design, and the Pennsylvania built an impressive 125 210-4s of their very own, known as the Texan, as the War Babies as well.
Yeah, because like the reason why they had to do that is because they wanted to test the engines,
power. Yeah, because in the war you couldn't build a new engine from scratch, so you had to borrow a design and just copy it. That was Plan B, and that's what most of them did during the time.
Well, how about this? Since there were plans to make, since the New York Central did plan to make a 4444 version of the Niagara, known as the C1, why don't they make the C1 to ride? Okay, they don't have the T1 and KNL trains, I know that, but what if we have a duplex version of the Niagara? Because that was actually meant to be built, actually.
Oh my lord!
Yeah, but somehow that design was dropped out and it was canceled.
What about the other engine that they did? What was it again? The other engine I feel that they should build in was I'm trying to remember what it was now, but Trains Forge did one once. They did like a fictional what if again for the Pennsy.
Are you talking about the Northern?
Yeah. I was scared you read my mind there. I thought that was pretty awesome too. So I thought, based on the daylight, and then we got Norfolk and Western's FJ1 version. I thought,
yeah, because I did saw that KNL train video. Like, what if the Pennsy would choose the NNW's A class?
And I think it's great. To be honest, they both work quite well together. And to be quite honest, I know it's a tough one, and I know it would be, I wouldn't say impossible, but I would dare the real rail community, if they can build an engine that didn't make it in reality, just imagine if they could actually build a brand new N&W locomotive, but then do what they did in reality, take the actual design plans from KNL and bring the FG1 to life for a modern day freight engine, and it would work.
Someone
Trust
says,
me.
someone give
Like
Sylvan,
it'll be
Illinois
like
a call.
it'll be like Penske's first articulated engine in the fleet.
Yeah, and it built in our time for the modern generation to see. The only
Didn't they run a Norfolk and Western engine?
They did, but the CNO's 210-4 was the better version that came out successfully. I don't know what was the difference between the two of them. I think they would have both worked.
I don't know if you know this, but there's allegedly a story about one of the J1s being buried, because there was no records of it being scrapped, and I'm like, there's no way you're gonna figure it out without causing some freaking lawsuit.
I'd be surprised if they did find one uncovered, if it was just a rumor.
Oh yeah, if I may ask, have you watched this old film called The Little Rascals?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that film.
And have you seen this one episode from the series called Railroading?
I think I recall that one. Yeah. Rings a bell.
Like, yeah, when a bunch of kids that are riding on the engine was trying to figure out how to stop it, but they don't know how to.
Yeah.
That kind of feels that sounds a little funny. By the way, guys, speaking of alternative universes, Michael and Astro, here's what I did with Thomas had British Railway overtook them. Now, and this I had a lot of fun with last summer. How about this for a bit of a fun laugh? Okay, this is when I started doing it around, and of course, here we go. Like, what if this had happened?
Nice.
Yeah,
That's actually not that bad. I like it.
both
But
doing their
but
job.
then would Sodor be affected by the dreaded Dr. Beaching?
Yes, it would be. And as you can see, Thomas is definitely feeling the pressure of it because he's worried about his branch line being taken out. Yeah.
You know, I'm kind of very surprised that Amtrak is really moving forward with newer locomotives and new rolling stock in the fleet.
That's good. At least they know how to move on. Hopefully it will pay off and it will be worth time making them.
Wait, quick question. What do you prefer? The Genesis, to everyone who knows Amtrak, what do you prefer, the Genesis or the F40PH?
Good question. While you guys are figuring that out, here's what I did as an alternative. Like, what would have happened, had Gordon and Thomas and James been upon the scrap heap? And this is kind of like what would have happened. Like, it's totally the end of an hour.
Sodor Fallout, but reality, technically.
Let's not
You
go
know,
back
I
to
kind of feel
Fallout.
very sad that the Amtrak's Genesis locomotives have been replaced with Siemens Charger locomotives.
I agree.
It's literally what happened with the F40PHs. It's gonna happen soon enough. You're gonna be the new kid in the block, then some other new kid in the block gonna come and take over.
But then you figure out that the new kid on the block wasn't who you thought it was, and it could be an absolute blow in the face.
Exactly.
Which is kind of
Don't
what you
forget
could-
about the Avelia Liberty. You can't forget about that high-speed engine.
Oh
True.
no! But the good thing is, guys, Gordon and James and the others would find peace. They would be saved because it turns out that Boko intervened and got them. Even Dodd and Douglas managed to escape.
Can I just say that British Railways have the most blandest liveries ever?
They do, yeah. I don't mind their livery, except in my variation, my OC only wore the blue one, only because it was.
Look
it
at
was
this
like-
image.
Wow.
Both the new and the old is still expressed together.
All right, now, okay, I'm going to admit they both look pretty good together. One generation for the new one making way, so at least that's pretty cool for Amtrak.
Yeah. I mean, this
Oh,
Yeah.
we lost Astro Boy for a second.
Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
and it's a good thing that it lasted for only like 22 years.
Oh, yeah.
That's that's 20. That's 2 decades and 2 years. That's actually a pretty good record.
If you
Yeah.
ask me,
Hopefully, we might
the
be able to see
A3s
the Avelia Liberty to be in service soon.
You never know; it could happen.
I mean, over here in the U.S., we get a whole bunch of problems because you didn't take care of our tracks. Americans don't know how to take care of high speed trains. Trust me, we can if we have the right people in charge. We can do it.
Yes, we could. Speaking of which, there's another good shot of Thomas in his what will be his form for next year. I thought it was really
So,
good.
what are your opinions about the Avelia Liberty with the newer look?
I think it would work out quite nicely.
It looks nice, but will it perform nice? That's my question.
That is the question we're all going to be asking. But we'll just see
Yeah.
what happens and let time tell us. That's what we got to, and see what history has in store for us. We can't always answer everything, so let's just see what will happen.
Yeah, and also, what do you? To be honest, I've been trying to think of when 1361 Pennsylvania Railroad 1361 will actually come out of restoration. I give it no. At this point, it would just be anything from up to 3 to 6 years.
Let's see where it goes.
Because here's the thing, I don't know if you know the YouTuber Heist. He does a whole bunch of videos of railroading and stuff like that. He has claimed that 1361 is the 4014 of the East Coast.
That's pretty cool.
I mean, 1361, we've been waiting forever for it to be restored. I mean, 2102, 1309, they've been restored. When will we see some actual Pennsylvania Railroad muscle get into it?
We'll see what happens. I'm glad to know that the pride of Juniata is coming back very soon. So give it time.
I will admit though, Glenn, since you're British, if 5550 does beat Mallet's record, I feel sorry for you.
You don't have to be, because here's the thing. Mallards may not be the fastest in the world when the new one comes around, but here's the thing. It'll still be the fastest engine in Britain, which means more.
I mean, that is true. That is true.
It's not all doom and gloom, and I would like to see the Americans try and break the record. Honestly, I wouldn't mind. I want to see modern history made in our time. If anybody can do it, I'm sure the British. I'm sure if anybody can attempt to do what we do or beat it or whatever, it's the Americans, because they are.
I recently got Discord, and I was talking to a friend of mine about the 5550 possibly working on Strasbourg, and he's like, "No, that's BS. There's no way in hell that the 5550 can even work at Strasbourg." And then I showed him a screenshot on Discord about the T1 Trust saying that the T1 was built to do anything that the NNW J class would have done, and 611 did go to Strasbourg, so I think that's possible.
A couple of times, yes. Although, if that Pennsy was to visit Strasbourg on the museum thing, it would be better for it to be on display. Like, put it at like.
Well, we do know that the electrified lines that is like on the Lemon Place Junction, where all the electric trains always pass by that location, and that actually marks the end of the line for tourist trains of the Strasbourg Railroad.
Yes, it does, but it's also the same way you get into the end of the place too. I know Lemon Place Junction is a very good yard, and it's, well, hardly anywhere around, but I think I know Strasbourg goes backwards and it does forward in terms of time, but I would like to see some improvements made. You know, like I'd say Lemon Place Junction should be transformed into a somewhat mini terminus. You know, like instead of it being an open airfield and whatnot. So, like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Open up. I know they go backwards in, but if I was to make it cooler, like so the trains can run around quick, I would say like build a small little station rooftop over or something to keep the coaches dry and the engines dry when they run around doing their thing. Kind of like
Go ahead.
That's what I'm just thinking of. It could be like one of those, so then they can tell, you know, I don't know. It's like
There are
so-
two engines I want to see visit Strasbourg. Reading 2100 or American Freedom Train 250 at this point, and or Nickel Plate Road 765. Those are two engines I want to see visit Strasbourg.
seriously. Oh God, those would be amazing. You want it, and if you know who I feel like should deserve to go over to see to Strasbourg, I would love to see 4501 make it to Strasbourg, or the Queen of Southern Pacific bring 4449 over to Strasbourg. Imagine what they would get for that.
Well, I don't know
Yeah,
what's
but that would
even
have to make the engine travel like in a long
across
distance
the
to get
country.
there.
Well, 4449 traveled at one point on its own to Portland and New Orleans and back, traveling over 7,000 miles back in 1984, which was the longest single run in American history.
Yeah, but I don't know because Union Pacific, like, I don't know, does not actually own the lines over there, though.
Well, like I said, 4449 could travel on its own, and then for the rest of the journey could be towed over, and that's it, saving its fuel capacity.
I mean, one engine I'll be surprised. This engine I was surprised it was going to be restored from the get go. But could you imagine some engine like 5511 from the Union Pacific going to Strasbourg?
You mean the retired engine that Luke played in the film in my Fear 11 movie? That big massive engine?
No, the engine, the 5511, the engine that is being restored alongside 3985 at Silvis.
Oh, that one. Ooh, that's now that would be a tough one.
Okay, no offense to Union Pacific fans, but 5511 was such a out of the blue say, you know what, we're going to restore it to operational condition, and I'm like, huh?
I will be very unsure about it, but I would like to give them. I'd like to see them give it a try.
What's
Okay.
next on the restoration list? Union Pacific 9000 for crying out loud? I would let. Could you imagine an engine like 9000 traveling on the difficult bend? Oh boy.
Oh, that difficult bend.
That will be a nightmare.
It would definitely would.
I mean, in my universe, some engines go over to Sodor, including Union Pacific 9000 and the Pennsylvania Railroad S1. But don't worry, Sodor has worked around the kinks to run trains on them there.
I think they have done so.
I mean, there's one engine that is in my universe on Sodor, which is her name is Kursk, and she is the AA-24144 from Russia.
Which we do not want to speak of at the moment, so you might want to. Michael, you might want to pipe that down a little bit.
I know how much weird it is, but I think I can make it work in my series.
Yeah.
Well, I know which one you're referring to. They have one of those engines similar to the one that Brandon used in How We All Met, those PS4 locomotives. Yes, I can see where you're coming from. They definitely.
I saw someone make a edit of a Pennsylvania Railroad version of the 4144, and I'm like, not a bad idea.
It sounds like an intriguing idea to begin with. Definitely.
Trust me, I'm that one person that thinks like, okay, imagine seeing a LNER A4 in some kind of livery like what the new like high speed British passenger trains wear. Like you might think that's weird, but to me, I'm thinking, not a bad idea.
I think it would work. I think it would. I know I'm losing it a bit here, guys, but I'm just thinking of something else now. I know it would be a stretch, but could you just imagine? Now, we know we spoke about our favorite engines visiting Strasbourg, but could you imagine if 844 made the journey to Strasbourg?
Well, going off of the Thomas and the Magic Railroad movie, and knowing that it had Shining Time in it, and knowing how much Shining Time was to 8444 during that time, I think it could happen. Maybe kind of. I don't know.
I think it would draw in a lot of crowds, to be honest. There's like, hey, there's the original Rainbow Sun, and then there's the one that played in the movie. Put the two
Well-
together.
Well, Glenn, I don't think a lot of people who go to Strasbourg know about Thomas and the Magic Railroad, and they wouldn't. And I don't even think they would even know what the heck Shining Time Station was. So I don't think they would get the reference.
I think they would eventually, when and if you will only learn about that only when the actual Thomas fans of the community will tell you. So that's the only way they're going to learn. So again, learn from the fandom. That's how it works.
In my universe, the Indian Valley Railroad is just another part of Sodor, and the Rainbow Sun is a 8444, not 844.
In my version, she's still called 84444 because that's how I first learned about the engine when I was growing up.
I kind of like how in the Indian Valley Railroad they actually gave locomotives names, like Rainbow Sun and Rainbow Tiger and so on.
Yeah. And if it's fair, they did actually film the 10 years of Thomas there at the Strasbourg.
Strasbourg, yeah.
Yeah, Strasbourg. They filmed it there.
I like to point out that I don't know if anybody realized this, but if anybody's ever watched 10 years of Thomas the Tank Engine, there's a parent who literally mentions Coldy.
Yeah.
From Cody
Yeah.
Fell.
Yeah, and Coldy, and I'm like, who the frick's Coldy? And then years later, I actually I think I first saw Thomas 1, Edward 2, Henry 3's the Search for Smudger, and that was when I first heard of the Coldy Fell Railway and the Tale of Godred, and then I looked it up, and I'm like, oh wait a minute, oh this is what Coldy was.
And how hilarious. Because that was actually the first episode of Thomas 123 I saw, thanks to him. Thanks to Search for Smudger, and the rest is history.
Yeah, I mean, okay, if anybody's ever watched Sir Hand, I forgot what's the name of that episode that was like Sir Handel's big return in season 10, but that was the first episode I had heard of the name Coldy Fell, and I'm like, oh, Coldy Fell, a new area for Thomas. But then years later, I watched Search for Smudger, and I'm like, oh, there's meant to be a railway that runs there.
That's right.
Who's your favorite Coldy Fell engine?
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
I'm not really a big fan of the mountain railways, to be quite honest, but Cody is definitely one of them. And to be quite honest, Cody himself is my favorite.
My favorite is the engine didn't even appear in the books.
Yeah.
Shane
I'm
Dooney.
Yeah.
Who the heck is Shane Dooney?
Yeah.
Okay. There's another mountain on Sodor named Shane Dooney, and the number 5 engine of the Coldy Fell Railway was named Shane Dooney. He is the only one who does not appear in the books whatsoever. He's mentioned once and never appears.
Yeah.
That is definitely a very weird name for a steam engine and for a mountain.
Yeah.
It'd be
Alaric does not
like-
sound like an actual name.
Say like if you just knock on someone's door and says, "Oh there, mate, what's your name?" It's Shody. Like, what?
Well, I kind of picture there was this video I watched about how they would talk about some of the characters from Sodor, and they actually were talking about Godred, and they came up with this thing that Shane Dooney was Scottish, and he was like the toughest engine on the line and stuff like that, and I was like, that's not a bad idea. Like, could you imagine Shane Dooney like, oh yeah, I'm back, and then he's like, who are these 3 new engines here? And then like, I don't know, Coldy tells him the story of Patrick, and he's like, oh, another one.
Yeah, it is another one indeed. And I like it. And it's funny how Victor Tanzik, in the name, taking the mickey on Godred, who's like, the engine himself, but he also does the thing where they celebrate Godred's Day, which I think is quite nice.
Yeah.
I will admit,
every single time when I try to unmute, my mic keeps picking up your voices all the time.
That's a bit strange.
I mean, in my opinion, as of recently, Victor Tanzik is that one Thomas and Friends YouTuber who likes to take things a bit to the extreme, like what he recently did with like the death of Jeffrey and stuff like that. And I'm like, ooh, that's gonna rub
Look,
people the wrong way,
Look,
man.
look. I've spoken with Victor about it. He knows what he's doing, and I trust him this time. I think we may have gone a little overboard with the reactions, but I too was worried. But it's just the fact is he's been killing off guys who just never made it in the books. That's the reason why he does it. But
That
I'll
makes
admit
sense.
it was kind of tolerable in the pseudo of war. But in today's time, like especially in the modern early days of British railways that were in the timeline, I can see where he's going, but I didn't foresee this coming. And I was getting a bit worried about his state of mind and where he was going with all of this. But after talking to him, I can understand why.
I
And
mean,
there were some fans who were worried that he was doing this because he may have either given up on his series or that the fact was that he had enough or he could have been leaving. I don't know what the heck was going on. I thought this was going to be the series grand finale in a dark way, but it turns out no, because where we're going about this has made me more intrigued to see where we're going now in his timeline.
makes sense. I mean, in my universe, Afton is still alive. If you don't know who Afton is, look up the Wandering Coach.
Listen, in my version, all the characters that have been killed off, I'm bringing back somewhat because they never died out. So Jeffrey still exists, and Andreas still exists.
Does that mean the Loathe at B12, which is like the villain in almost every single Thomas and Friends series he's in, is in it?
Well, in my case, Alfred died as usual, but just a bit later on. He dies still during the war, as we saw in Victor Tanzik's almost. Andreas has survived, but he's retired elsewhere. Randolph, who's Reginald's twin, he in my current storyline at the moment, he's like after rewriting him again because I did lose him.
In my universe, okay, quick question: have you ever seen The Wandering Coach?
Yes, multiple times.
Then you know who Afton is. Then
yeah. And he's
So
not,
am I-
and he's not Jeffrey either.
He's not Jeffrey. In my universe, Afton and Alfred joined Sodor around the 1920s, like to help with increase of work. They kind of replaced 87546 and 98462, who go off to the mainland, but they do kind of return in my series in modern day. But in my universe, they are joined by. Okay, people might gonna be shocked this, but Dudley, and not Dudley, a different Dudley in my head canon, because the Dudley does actually does actually exist in my head canon, but he does.
Dudley. Sorry, Michael. It's just how you pronounced it. That was quite funny.
But you do know what I mean when I say Dudley, right?
Yeah, and we're not talking about Dudley the Vintilante engine, are we? Or are you talking about a different Dudley? Because I've heard there's been many variations of that name. I will admit.
Okay, in my universe, there's a Dudley the American Engine who works on Sodor, and he's like a trio with Alfred and Afton. But Dudley, aka the Vigilant Engine, did exist in my head canon, but he only existed in the past. The events of Dudley the Vagrant Engine does happen in my head canon, and he does get scrapped in the end. Spoilers alert! Yada yada yada. But but a different Dudley replaces him. And in my universe, Andreas is a express engine on the Scarlotti Railway.
I get you. Oh, that Dudley. I get you. Now I'm remembering.
Actually, when I first heard of Andreas, I'm like, who the frick is this Andreas character? And I'm like, oh, wow, Norwester. Okay.
Yeah, I will say he's one of the best ever in it, but like I said, he survived, but Victor Tanzik made him more likable.
Best ever. He only appeared in like 2 episodes.
Yeah, but in terms of OC creation, definitely was pretty cool. Another untold story of the Mid-Soda Railway and whatnot. Another number 2 engine. Also, Michael and guys, letting you know, 87546, 98462, even though we know that's Alfred and Croven, in my version, in my variation, Croven is technically, a rebut of all the designs, like we've seen in Thomas 2223's. But in my version, 87546 and 98462 are 2 completely different locomotives who are just as evil as Alfred combined in my head
Well,
canon because they both got killed off based on that infamous action that we saw in
TARDIS 19.
Yeah, in TARDIS 19, yeah, they both died in that exact same style, except my OC would have been around somewhere near that time period. And
Well,
of course, here's the difference, because here's again, like with Kroven, who's a good guy somewhat now in my universe, because he's still the governor's engine, even though sometimes my OC will take that role because because my OC by this point now in our timeline is a semi-retired engine because he can't take the express like he would do. So he would take the locals or he would take the governor's engine. So he's basically sometimes the backup in case Kroven's nowhere around. But Alfred and Kroven at the time, along with 87546 and 88462 as well, they would have been very intimidated by my OC. Let me tell you.
Oh, God almighty. Well,
Because the fact is, if they mess around with my friends and everything, and me being a super A0, because I'm bigger than Gordon, stronger and faster, very strong combined, none of them would be a match. If they ever got on my bad side, the result would not be a friendly one. It'd be like giving the what's the classic word? It would be giving the Muhammad Ali 2 straight up punch in the buffer.
Oh God. Nah, wait. So in my headcanon, in modern day, Thomas receives a letter from an engine, and it turns out it's 98462 because, in my opinion, 98462 would have been the leader of the two of them. It would have been the leader of the group. So 98462 sends him a letter saying, like, I'm sorry, and I called you some really stupid names. This is in modern day. He's like, they're like, I'm sorry, I called you some really stupid names, and I hope I can make it up to you. Love, 98462.
No, none of that BS shite, man. No, because my character doesn't easily forgive or easily forget.
Well, in my headcanon, 98462 is female, and her name's Iris, and Christian is 87546.
Holy shit! I did not see that coming. Good God Almighty.
Well, here's the funny bit. Iris wants her driver to put love 98462, so Thomas thinks that she means it. So because he's not gonna believe that we're actually sorry about what happened. We need to do something. So at this point, they truly are sorry for what happened. They are truly apologizing for what happened. And at this point, they're like, we really need them to let them know that we are truly sorry. I know we're gonna put love. So Thomas knows that we mean business. We are dreadfully sorry for what happened.
Oh my goodness! I have no idea what will happen.
I mean, in my headcanon, Thomas was the brunt of 98462 and 87546 bullying. That's why it's specifically written to Thomas. And I'm like, that would be so funny. What if they're like trying to say like what if we put love? That means that he has to know that we mean business. We are truly sorry for what happened. And Thomas is like, they're still alive.
Oh my God, that would be a straight up punt for the other guys to fall for that one. Speaking of the Penzi FG1, I did this for a bit of a laugh. I know we're going off a bit, but this is kind of what I did anyway for a bit of a fun joke, and I was actually proud of this. Here we go. I did this at the Penzi on a passenger run, and I was really good with this one.
That's on Black Wolf Mountain?
No, actually, it's on the old CSW main line.
Oh.
But there's the route. But Black Wolf.
By the way, have you heard about the PRR's Q2?
Yes, I have. They were one of the best. Shame none of them didn't make it.
The Q1 was faulty.
Yeah, but I think he's talking about the other one.
Yeah, the Q2, which was better than the Q1.
Indeed.
Actually,
I'm also kind of surprised that the New Jersey Transit actually abandoned 32 ALP 44s.
There's 311 coming down from Black Wolf Mountain at the beginning start of it.
Actually, Glenn, do you actually intend to do anything with the Campton Southwestern Railroad, like make an actual series about it?
Well, I am trying to, which is the fact is I'm actually doing my fanfics first before I can actually,
Quick
connect.
question: when does this CSW Railroad series happen? Is this after because I'm pretty sure you said that you were going to do the same thing with 311, that she had her accident but survived, or just didn't have her accident altogether. Like, when does this take place? Like, is this modern day or is this 1950s?
It's basically what we had seen during the 50s and whatnot. But the thing is, the whole CSW thing is going to be pretty big. However, though, the idea is I'm actually doing it because it's based on the CSW branch line that I've got, and it would have gone, and these events would have happened in flashbacks.
Oh.
Of course, the CSW thing is still related to 311 because she's exclusively in the series, and it has characters, who remembered. And of course, I'm doing what's called the CSW horrors, which are basically flashback stories that 311 was involved with. Some are supernatural, some are accidents that we never got to see in the movie.
Why did I put this jinx on my railroad?
Yeah, it's prior to the whole thing that happened in 1957.
So, in your headcanon, 311 does die.
Nope, in this new headcanon, no, because the film that we saw in the Thomas crossover, which was a one-time thing, it's again like I did with Timothy. I'm just rebranding 311. Everybody else have done it, killing off. I felt like, what if she can live? And I just felt like she needs a new life. And where would her home be? And she currently lives on a CSW branch line, which is basically like the branch line of Sodor almost.
Oh, that's true.
Where other engines, even though some live, like those who didn't survive, apparently would make it.
Yeah.
Take example. Take this for example, Astro, and you, Michael. Take this for example. If you had let me go to my CSW thing here on my branch line here, and I'll give you an example of what I'm doing, because I'm making this branch route I'm trying to do, and it's very difficult.
I will say that 311 does exist in my universe, but she is bought by Sodor when nobody else wanted her because, well, America, we don't need steam locomotives anymore, yada yada yada.
Yeah, I get you. That's all right. That still happens. But
in
this case,
I always had a theory that she was quote unquote jinxed because of her name was 113 backwards.
No. Here's the original idea of what the branch would have looked like had she made it in. Well, it's just hang on. This is kind of what would have happened after the whole thing, because I actually am building a route of where she's been all this time since. And eventually, like you say, we do go into the modern time eventually.
I was actually looking at sometimes I look at your Campton and Southwestern stuff, and I'm surprised that you actually made stuff for like Ironclad Hill and so that. And I'm like, he's actually been thinking all this out, honestly.
That's right. It would have been like, Ironclad Hill is basically the peak of Black Wolf Mountain, where it really becomes stiffer and tougher to climb up, kind of like when you battle Saluda Hill.
Though I really hope that one day you make a map of Black Wolf Mountain's route, so I get to understand like where would this all be, because I'm like, this is on a mountain, stuff like that. But I'm wondering like, how would this all fit on the mountain? It's basically on the old route that I found on the download station of the Highland Valley, and I just changed the names and did some modifications. That's all it has to take, and it's very fun. Is this Campton or Black Wolf Central? This is actually 311 in the modern time. Actually, itself. This is actually far from the main line. It's flat grounded. It's basically on her current old home. This is the original before I lost the route, sadly, because I customized it all by myself. It wasn't turning out as I hoped, but this was really good. But the rest of the route wasn't going very well, so I've started all over again. To be honest, minus all the ghost stuff, I would definitely want to live on Black Wolf Mountain and watch the trains go by. Oh, definitely. But yeah, like I said, that's her in her old form. There's Bradley, Bradley Jones, and an old little shell tank who I can't find anymore. There's Brandon, aka Ginger Jesus, because he's Canadian. The Selkirk. Yeah. Yep, he's aka he's known as Big Brandon because because in reality, Brand's a big boy. Okay. Oh my!
He's a big dude, let me tell you that.
Okay, okay,
It makes
okay.
sense. Big man, big engine. It makes sense, right?
Yeah, that's
In any
true.
cases, like I said before, this is actually in Southampton. This is down south,
Uh,
far away from the main from where it is. But it's located in Campton, but this is on the south side of it.
so this is not on Black Wolf Mountain
No,
itself, right?
no. This is far away from that. It's on the remaining section of CSW that's cut itself off from the outside world. This is
Because
basically
I always thought Campton was on the base of Black Wolf Mountain. It was like the final station before you go up the mountain.
yeah, that's smack dab center in Campton, but this is down south, like further south, drop further south away, and you'll be out of the mountain range.
I did remember there was one post I liked that you did, and it was the CSW giving the CSW manager looking at new engines, and I forgot what the third engine was, but the other two were definitely Trains Forges 484 Penty Northerns.
Yeah,
I don't know if the third was the FG1, but it would have been pretty funny if it was the FG1.
it was. Yeah, they definitely wanted one, and that would have worked. This
So
this would have been the original Preserve fleet that would have started, but I've had to rebrand it all over again, except for the fact of Francesca, who's one of my OCs, aka the Blue Goose herself, and I've got Bradley somewhere hanging around, and Brandon, although I'm having a problem with him.
Brandon is the streamlined version. Okay.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, I'm still having a problem keeping him as a Selkirk, or should I drop him down into a CP Hudson? Because I'm having an identity crisis with him. Because anything that's Canadian, he plays. Because he's the only Canadian mate I've ever had. Well, one of them, I would say. Like I said, and this is okay. Because back where we saw there here, this is the original, well, this is the newer base at the time where they would have been. And that's the old roundhouse they would have stayed in. And of course, this would have been the old Turbinus when they first started out.
Oh.
The first time point this is actually the beginning of the railroad of the branch line, but also the ending. And of course, spoiler alert, there's the owner, Mr. Lackwood himself. He was the owner of the branch line. You there, Michael?
Yeah, I'm here.
Everybody was a bit silent there for a second.
No, that's okay.
Okay.
I'm very kind of relieved that 32 ALP 44s hadn't made it to escape from Scrapper's torch.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because they've been placed on the storage track for years since they were replaced with the ALP 46.
All right. Now, this is the new improvement I'm still working on right now. This is on the railroad that would be on one of the first of two climbs up on the branch. This is basically on the first grade, and of course, you can't see it right now, but that's actually 611 actually returning on CSW for a nice visit.
Oh, that's nice.
And yes, it is kind of familiar. It does look familiar because I've used one of the routes to merge with. It's got a castle, a lighthouse, and a memorial. It's all fiction.
So where is this located in the United States? I'm guessing it's located near Colorado, right? In your head canon?
Yes, if you think of that, it's called the count. If you think of the word southwestern, think down southwestern America.
I was thinking Colorado. I mean, it's in that area, so I would say it would be like in Colorado or something like that.
But this is it's kind of fictional. Again, I was inspired by San Juan, Cass City, and the Marysville branch. Put those three together, and you've got my CSW influence.
Does the CSW have engines that wouldn't really exist in preservation times? Just asking.
Yeah, that's why I said it gets in some of the engines that never made it. Like, for example, let me go back here. There was one I did back in the day. Like, say, for example, you've got some of the engines that never made it. Because my new character is actually, I have a couple of OCs. Francesca's one of them, despite it's female. You have two other engines as well. And also, you get one of these locomotives. You actually have one of these locomotives, the NW, the Norfolk and Western K2 class mountains, the ones that were streamlined and unstreamlined. They were basically smaller versions of 611's class.
That makes sense. I remember one time you actually did a post, and it was with the Santa Fe 210-10-2-3000 engine. I'm like, he knows about that engine?
Yes, that was also another engine who was going to survive on CSW's main roster back in the day. That would have also been, quote unquote, and spoiler alert, would have been Jason's girlfriend.
Oh, what a coincidence! Because they're both articulate locomotives that did not perform very well.
Not only that performing very well, but Jason is actually a 100% replica of the original, so he didn't have to suffer the teasing problems.
Now, as for the 3000 class engines, they had some issues.
Yes, they did, but they were a pretty cool looking design, and of course, just like the 3000, aka Athena, her name is. She basically had two different names before changing it to Athena in the end, because she too is also a replica of the working class as well. But she too even suffered not from the problems that they had, but because of her look. And of course, again, I was going into full anime mode at this point. Like,
do you actually what do you prefer, the 3000s or the Virginian 210-10-2s?
They're both good. In my personal opinion, they're both good. I'm not going to favor one over the other. That's just me.
Do you plan to have the the two twin Pennsy 484s appear at CSW?
That would have been the case.
Or they scrap.
That would have been the case, but it's still a planned option. Definitely, I'm thinking about. The thing is with me, I'm busier with my roster, and I'm planning to either bring a Pennsy in at some point. I know I'm going to plan a K4 in there at some point. However, though, the thing is, when it comes to that, I've got a mixture of steam and diesels, because in my version, the whole thing is, if you read some of my new stories I've just done, you will see that I'm trying to focus it on the branch instead of the main one, where it has flashbacks of what it would have looked like prior to 311's incident in 1957.
I have often been thinking of doing an American series of my own, and I've often been thinking of if I ever had the two 8750 and 8760, the Pennsy Northerns together, I would picture them as being like, if you ever seen Harry Potter, you would know the characters are Fred and George Weasley. I would just depict them as being twins who like making fun of one another, or like having fun making jokes.
I see where you're getting at, Michael. Another thing is, though, is like I said before, is that at this point, when we do the whole thing, 311 still remembered, but everybody still believes at that point, even as we're going from where we are in the timeline series to where we get into now, people still think she hasn't made it. They all thought she was actually dead. In truth, she's still alive.
That's actually really. So if I get this straight, 311 is a legend among Black Wolf Mountain.
Yep, and yes, because people still believe the whole story like we saw in the film. The thing is, the difference is in that one, we saw the manager and everybody else actually save her when the guy still does what he does once they've gone, but he still defies it, will save her, and then they take her to this unknown location somewhere where they actually all, restore her from the top bottom. But she's still in a coma at this point. She, at this point, she has no idea she's going to make it. And as we saw afterwards, spoiler alert, the president of CSW gets brutalized like we saw in the movie. It's just that the manager gets away with it this time and getting the plans of 311 to help with the preservation, and to counter all the jinxy problems that would have happened. So she had a complete rebuild, and of course, it wouldn't be until, around if I get it right, if we make it into the 70s or maybe somewhere around in the early 80s or whatever that time period would have been, 311 would have woken up at some point and would have made a comeback. But let's just say, when does she come on the CSW branch line, which would be her official home afterwards, you might be asking? It would possibly be somewhere around during the 90s or maybe somewhere in the early 2000s, regardless.
Oh, I would just imagine like having a character in your series and like it's an American series, so could you imagine one of the characters speaking like Irish or Scottish? That would be hilarious.
We'll think about that.
Because I was actually considering doing that for my series. My idea was that an FG1 comes to Sodor and everybody thinks he's British because he has a British voice, and then everybody sees him and they're all like, "That's not a British engine."
Yeah, but either ways, when Jessica does come back, AK-311, she knows she'll be all right eventually. But again, she spends more time because here's another spoiler alert I've added in her new canon. She actually, despite she is a former ex-Clinchfield locomotive and being an ex-Fresno, she ends up becoming a pilot apparently when she does come back afterwards. Let's just say this is what I had in mind, and I like how it's turned out. She actually becomes a running mate to 2 steam engines, and they're both not from the same railroad either.
Huh.
She becomes a running mate to 2 engines who are still with us today.
Alive?
Yeah, they're still with us. Yeah, and one's
Are
coming back.
are they real life locomotives?
Yeah, and they're both. I'll give you a hint. She ends up becoming the third other steam member to the Fort Wayne Indian Society.
Oh, for crying out loud! Oh wait, hang on a minute. I don't know who's the other one. I don't know who's the other engine, but I definitely know one of them is 765.
That's right. She becomes a running mate to my favorite Brookshire.
I don't know who the other engine is, but that one of them is definitely 765.
Well, then this might give you a shock because it's the other engine who you may not know of is a former CNO locomotive.
Oh, for crying out loud! Is it six? Is it? No, it's not 614. 2716, right?
Let me have a look and see if you're right. Hang on.
I thought when I was thinking CNO, I'm like, oh, 614. No, that's the 484. God dang it!
That would have been close, but she's not.
I don't know if it's 2716, but because 765 was actually masqueraded as a CNO Berkshire one time, and I'm like, that cannot be 20. I think it's 2716, but I don't know that's for sure.
Well, 2765 was actually masqueraded by 765. Yes.
Okay.
So it took a someone to masquerade another engine, which was pretty cool. But you're right. I've just double checked. It is 2716. But why aren't you not a fan of that locomotive? You don't seem happy about it.
Oh no, I'm happy about it, but I'm like, but I'm like, really 2716? Because no offense to CNO fans, but 614 is definitely a more known locomotive than 2716. Like I love 2716. It's just that she's a lot more. She's kind of like Nickel Plate Road's 587. Nobody really talks about her that much.
Yeah, but 587 is one survivor who still goes on, who's the ambassador. Who, well, one of those engines from that time period.
Yeah.
Who you don't have to talk about, you just got to know the name, and that's how you get to know them. In any case,
when you said 2 stern locomotives, I was thinking 4501 and 630.
No, all 722 for that matter. But no, you thought I was going to bring 311 and make her become part of the Southern team.
I was thinking about that because I'm like, what 2 engines would work well with 311? And I was thinking, well, there's not a lot of there's not a lot of mountains left, so I couldn't think about that. And when you said 2 specific engines, I always think of the duo of 630 and 4501. So and personally, I prefer 630 over 4501 any day. But I was like, oh, he probably means like 4501 and 630.
But here's the thing. Another sneak thing was that 311 would have been bouncing around from other railways to keep herself going. So I did have one funny idea of like, what if she ended up becoming a Southern? Because one of my mates did a Southern version of her of a Fresno Mountain engine in Southern Green, and I thought, and it had a different number. And I thought to myself, as a funny way, what if 311, aka Jessica, underwent different styles so that no one would have realized they're actually talking to a former Jinx engine to not get anybody to freak out or whatever, and she ends up by going by different names.
That is true. That could happen.
And I thought, I've still got the model somewhere. I thought, what if she does end up bouncing around from different railroad societies to keep herself going, to keep herself undercover? So if she did become a Southern, it would make a nice addition. I'm just thinking of like the journey of her to, and it's just the thing of of keeping her like her long journey to get to CSW's branch, to keep her money, to keep the cash going for her, But then I thought to myself, but then I ended up thinking to myself, the Fort Wayne Society is very good. They've got 2 pretty good logos, and of course 2716 is actually going to come back. It has.
Yeah,
been
I know that. I know 2716 is coming back.
So I know for a fact one of the best Kanawa is coming back.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking to myself, what if, because of course 765 is arguably one of the most popular engines ever, who's run some of the most hottest trains in ever since. I thought, what if 311 ends up becoming that too? And I thought, what if those 2 would make perfect running mates for Jessica? Because I know I'm trying to get this correct, but I feel like to myself, what if those 2 were both either females or one's a male? And of course, Jessica, being the way she is, does find herself in that sort of state of mind,
Romantic relationship?
Well, she has that kind of a problem, yeah, because we don't know that she's got a bunch of those problems in the past, because we have a bit of a unknown one in 150.
Yeah. Okay, 150 I still have trouble with, because I always felt like that he could have been like a good character to add to the movie, but I'm like, hey, you know what, things and stuff like that. But I kind of wish that if you ever do your series, like they should be okay. If 150 is dead in your series, there should be a flashback to a moment between 311 and 150, so we can actually get to see what 150 was like.
Well, 150 again I like to do this a lot, is a very mystique and mysterious locomotive, and the whole gender thing is still kept a mystery.
He's not. 150 is not like Proteus, is it?
Look, the thing is, I can tell you is that 150, spoiler alert, if you're that desperate to know, is still around.
Okay, okay, because I'm like, no offense, but in Clinchfield Curse, you kind of made 150 a character that felt like, oh, he's gonna make a surprise appearance later in the movie, but like something about 150 made it feel like, is he gonna appear again or something?
We'll just see what happens. The only thing is that the character is basically one of those who was a positivity in 311's life and still is. We just don't know if it's a man or a female.
Actually.
And of course, it is no secret that there was a hidden romance between the 2 engines. Although I can't say if 150 was a boy or a girl. Again,
I don't think it'll matter even difference, because everyone else will be like, you like that engine? That's the Curse engine.
It's basically, let's just say in a way, because here's another thing that I know it's a bit weird, a bit mystique, is that 150 doesn't. Whenever you see 311 around, the engine is not actually speaking. Again, to keep that mystique, like only she can hear what the loco is saying, but we don't.
Oh,
it's like one of those things that you sometimes see in films. You hear the characters talking with among each other, but you can't hear what the other one's saying.
Yeah, I've seen those kind of movies.
It's that sort of thing. Yeah, because like I said, it's going to be good, but then again, like I said, when in the Fort Wayne thing, apparently 311 aka Jessica does kind of fall into this kind of thing with 2716, and of course with 765. Of course, there's this whole unusual thing that she has with her engines.
I mean, I like to point out that you did mention 765 in Clinchfield Curse when Ariel is talking to David about something, and 765 talks to her about something.
Yeah, I was basically trying to throw some hints there of other engines back then. I was going to say 587 to be honest, but I said 765 instead.
That would have been like one of the greatest callbacks, because nobody's talking about 587 nowadays. I mean, nobody knows what's going to happen to her, but we have some newcomers coming into the ring, like I'm not even going to pronounce the engine's railway, but 576. That engine's coming back.
I know that'll be awesome to see that come back sooner than later.
I mean, I have a friend of mine who's a huge fan of Louisville and Nashville 152, and he's happy to hear her come back.
I'm glad to see that. I'm glad that engine's coming back as well. Who was around Norfolk Southern as well. So yeah, it's good to see some of the classics coming back since the late 80s and 90s or whatever it was, or the early 2000s. It's good to see some of the veterans in our time come back. Like I said before, American Steam or British Steam in this new generation that we've got now, the second generation of the Steam era, if you want to say, despite people saying no, Steam's never coming back. It's not. It's bad for the environment. But look at where we're going. It still captures the imagination of many people's attention, you know.
Yeah.
It's a never, like I said, Steam, people always say that Steam had long since been gone since the 60s, since America went away with it in 1960, because, you know, and then we held on to it until 1968. And of course, Australia held on until the 1970s. And look at where we are today. I mean, we've still got, well, ever since the rebuild of engines who had never survived, it's, you know, since Tornado came back, was built, the new generation of Steam definitely,
here's the thing.
Bigger.
Here's the thing. I've been to Strasbourg, and I've literally videoed every locomotive on the roster except for 8616 and a certain engine who hasn't been firing since, I don't know, 2009 or something. But I've videoed every engine on Strasbourg, including 611. But I'm like, can they please get 7312 back? I really want to see her in action. She's the first locomotive on the line. Not really, but you know, if you know what I mean.
Yes. It would be nice.
If you know the history between 7312, then you know what I mean.
Yes, I know who you're referring to. And of course, 1223 as well. I know. The old ones, the old grand ladies who helped start it off in the day. I get it. Because you're Penzi, I can tell.
Yeah. I mean, I've ridden behind 2102, and I'm like, this is probably what it was like to ride behind 2101 before the fire happened.
Yes, at least you were lucky to run around a big, massive Northern, Michael. I wish I was there with you.
Look who has come into my room.
Oh wow, you got a pet dog? I didn't realize that.
Yeah, his name is Toby. His name's Toby, and he's a Chihuahua.
I can tell he's a Chihuahua. He's a big one, though. Yeah, he's around. He's found something.
Toby, look here. Come here, boy.
I've ridden 611 and 2102.
Well, you're lucky, dude. Honest to God.
I mean, I don't know if this also counts lucky, but I've also ridden behind York 17.
Yeah.
If you don't know who that is a 440.
I know it's a 440. Not to mention, would there ever be a chance you'll ever get behind the Daylight herself?
I live in Pennsylvania. Why? How the heck would I ride behind a freaking Daylight?
Would you ever make the attempt to fly over there and have that experience?
Well, I've always wanted to go to California to visit the Queen Mary, but I've also wanted to see maybe I can go on the Daylight or something like that.
Oh yeah, the RMS Queen Mary. I love the ship.
Guys, I've been on Queen Mary. I've slept on her for 2 days.
Yeah, you did there's a video of you getting scared the daylights out of by the horn.
Yeah. Well, that wasn't really me being scared. I was just acting like I was because I knew it was coming. That was me back then when I was 21 years of age. Back then. Yes, I was a bit more bigger than I had more body weight on me compared to where I am now. But yeah, I've been on Queen Mary and it's awesome. I
live in Pennsylvania, and over here, all we have is the freaking SS United States, and she's a little worse for wear, trust me.
I'm surprised no one's ever bothered to repair her. She's the pride of the US and the fastest and kept the blue ribbon. Why couldn't anybody make the attempt to salvage her and, turn her into a floating hotel?
Okay. Well, I'm sorry to say this, but there are people who are saying you got to move the ship, your time is done, you got to move it, and everyone's wondering where the heck are we going to move it to? And there are plans to move her to New York or something. We don't even know.
Well, if ever did, there should be somewhere somewhere basically where it should be repaired and served. Like I said, there should be a place somewhere in the US for it to be towed and preserved and be moored into.
I've heard of plans saying that there was an idea to like put it right next to the Queen Mary, but I'm like, yeah, that ain't gonna happen. I mean, I can see why if you know the history between the two ships. I mean, it's just like the Normandy, but United States. But
Well, I always like to say the best of Britain and the best of America side by side. That could further bring some national unity to us both.
yeah, but put like I don't know. It's like if you want to picture Victorian style ocean liners like RMS Olympic versus I don't know SS Leviathan. If you ever heard of that ship, which was also kind of a failure.
No.
So, it's kind of trust me, SS Leviathan was a ship that was ruined by the prohibition. I'll say it that way. Since they weren't allowed to serve alcohol on the Leviathan, and yep, she lost money.
Definitely did.
I mean, I don't know if you heard about Glenn. I don't know if you heard about the Imperator class ocean liners, but if you look them up, they have a really intriguing history.
I actually have seen them. They have got an intriguing history.
I mean, there's the Berengaria, Leviathan, and Majestic.
Yes. By the way, guys, you guys can continue talking. Samuel, I'm sorry we've left you quiet for a long time, but you can speak up if you want to.
I don't want to be rude, but I haven't really had much of a chance to talk because I actually wanted to show you guys I actually was it you so what you guys have been talking about have been different types of locomotives, and you guys are talking about different types of series, but my series is a little bit different than yours, but and Glenn knows about it.
While you guys talking about that, I'm just going to be back in a couple of minutes. So Samuel, you can speak your mind a little bit.
But
just be wary. Don't bring up any touchy subjects like you said about the Thomas Van earlier, which would have been a bit.
I know.
Just saying, just for safety reasons, because that was the past, and here we are in the current scenario at this point. So
what I did is I have a little bit. So I do something called like continuity, which like so what I do is I don't know if I can show you this picture, but I'm actually not on my computer. I'm actually on my phone. And what I do is with this continuity is I do something a little bit something like this.
Oh, I see the sprite stuff. Huh?
Yeah, and these are like the pictures right here. These are like pictures right here that I have, and that's pictures of all my crossovers.
Ah, okay.
That's what I've done.
Is that My Little Pony?
No, it is not. No, it's not My Little. No. They're all not My Little Pony. I don't know if y'all can see them very well, but so right there, you guys. Yep, these are a couple of. There's some people from an Australian show that I watch. Hold on, I'm gonna see if I can.
At least I'm not the only one who doesn't watch shows that are foreign.
Yeah. There's here's one that's an So there's a couple of kids right here. The kids right there are like from an Australian show called The Investigators, and the rest of these are like Mario, Sonic, and stuff from the Jim. So the two people that you see on the Jim Henson right there, the two characters, they're actually from a show called Animal Jam that I've watched, and it's actually a really good show.
Very
Definitely a show I recommend watching. And a lot of these are, and just a lot of these background pictures. The rest of everything else is most of the stuff is video game characters like Mario, Sonic, and everything else. So that's that's my crossover, and I actually have a couple of clips that I did with sprites. I did a recent sprite clip where like. You guys know the episode Trouble in the Shed, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I did the Ringo Starr version of it. It's really and I'm probably gonna release it in George Carlin as well. But it's a clip where it's the clip where the three engines, Thomas, Edward, and Percy, and they're carrying passengers, and they're doing the three big engines work.
Okay.
And so what I did at the station is I put at the end of the station, I put like Easter eggs. I put all my crossovers there.
Oh, that's
Mm.
nice. I've done
Yeah.
a few. I'm planning to do crossover stuff with my series, but it's just the name of characters on trains and stuff like that, like SpongeBob the Tank Engine and stuff like that.
Yeah. That won't be bad.
I mean, it's thinking about it. I can kind of picture that. Like, if you watch SpongeBob, you probably know the personalities of the character. Like, Squidward can be an express engine who has to do freight work all the time. Mr. Krabs can be, I don't know, the tough, a very tough freight engine or something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, and then Winnie the Pooh, I'm thinking of doing, and I'm like, oh, that's actually a very good concept. I'm like, what kind of characters would they be?
Yeah. Like
I'm
I'm writing my own stories. I'm going to be writing my own stories for the crossover. But the thing is, I don't have enough voices.
I have.
That's the thing.
I'm a big Winnie the Pooh fan, and I would love to do that with my series.
Okay, guys, I'm back.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
kind
Oh,
of
there you are.
to be honest, I grew out of the whole thing with Winnie the Pooh and everything, even though I have looked back on some of the old bits I've not seen for for 30 plus years, which makes me feel like, yes, and I'm retracing my early childhood.
Do not watch the horror movie. For the love of God, do not watch the horror movie.
No.
Dude, I could care less about what they've done with the horror movie. I don't know whose idea that was, but like I said before, they are literally, most idiots don't even know what the hell they're doing.
I hate when childhood movies are made into horror movies. Okay, Glenn, minus your Ghost Train movie. That's awesome. I won't count that, and I won't count any Thompson Friends, like, other than probably the creepypastas. I won't count that. But I hate when childhood movies get turned into freaking horror movies.
Yeah. I know.
Like I don't know. There's like 3 Mickey Mouse horror movies coming out soon, and I'm like, oh my god.
I don't know why, but even though we celebrated 100 years of Disney last year, which I'm going to be honest with you, which came out the day before Christmas last year, was amazing. I loved what they did. The past, present, all coming together. And it made me think to myself, that maybe Disney still can bring us the magic we grew up with to this very day. So that it gave me some hope.
If they have the right people, yes, if that's even possible, it could happen.
But it goes to show that the old schoolers and the modern day all blend together. I thought, maybe Disney does have a place somewhere in today's time. It can still bring us the magic. It can still bring in, even though the modern day fans don't feel it the same as we do, but at least can bring our childhood back and help us in times when we needed it. And it was perfect. It was the best final Christmas gift I could ever get. And I'll admit, I did cry a couple of times near the end. I was like, wow, Disney's magic is still living strong even after 100 years.
Yep.
I was so happy, to be honest with you, because I was then instantly looking back and I was like, and everybody else will tell you the same thing too. I mean, when you look back at some of the old stuff we used to watch on the VHSs, like the Disney songs, anybody remember the old Disney sing-along song VHSs?
Oh, yes.
I will admit, just like I was when the Thomas and Friends VHS, sing-along VHSs, I always skipped to the episodes. I was that kind of person.
Well, to be honest, I thought it was good because I remember listening to the songs on the old VHS tapes of Thomas's songs, and I would hear them in the music video back in the day, and I was like, oh, so that's what the song would have looked like, and it was showing all the clips and deleted scenes that we'd seen, and I thought that was quite nice, and I would eventually listen how to go with the lyrics and whatever the case may be.
I love Disney. I mean, my 2 favorite Disney movies are The Jungle Book and The Love Bug.
Oh my god, yes. The Jungle Book. I love Jungle Book.
Sorry.
It's good.
Listen,
You want to know what's my favorite Disney movie?
What?
Zootopia.
Oh.
with me, I go way back. I've got many I have.
I I like the Jungle Book because honestly Mowgli's my favorite Disney character. But other than that, I love the story of the Jungle Book. And I love the Love Bug because it's kind of funny because the Jungle Book is the last movie to involve Walt Disney, and and technically the Love Bug was the first movie to not involve Disney. But the Love Bug I love because it's such a if you ever seen the movie, it's such a fun movie about a little car.
I love the Love Bug too as well. And we're not talking about Herbie.
It is Herbie.
Oh, I thought it. Oh, I should have guessed it was.
Yeah,
But in any
Jungle Book.
cases, I will admit, I go back a lot with Disney, but I had so many great favorites. But it always came to that I was always a Disney villain fan because even though you would hate them, you kind of liked them because they had the best themes and everything else, the best death scenes and whatnot.
Davy Jones, hello, one of the greatest villains of all time, and he's a Disney character.
Yeah, but I'm talking about in animation wise.
Yeah, true. I mean, I like to point out we're train fans. How much you want to bet that we pretty much know Disney because of Casey freaking Jr.
Yes, and listen, before I go into that sort of thing, Casey Jr. was kind of the first, in a way, to bring talking trains in a way, so you could say he beat Thomas. But it's funny actually because they came into my life the exact same time as each other.
If you watch the series the Railways of Crotunia, they have put Thomas with Casey Jr.
Yes,
Well,
I have.
I'm glad to know that they did that.
Oh, I saw that series. I pretty much enjoyed it very much.
I was just glad to see they finally did it. Like, hey, we got to see the two finally cross paths.
And Enterprising Engine 93 voices Casey Jr. That's like the best voice I could possibly think of.
Man, that guy's a legend, man. I'm glad I got him. I'm glad I got him for my movie, man. I was very lucky back then. But either ways, like I said, when it comes to Disney, my favorite Disney films, well, let's just say this. My favorite Disney films, I'm going to go in this is my Disney trio style. And I ain't talking about Mickey, Goofy, and Donald, all right? Just to let you know. My number one Disney film is Dumbo because I love elephants and because of Casey Jr. as well. So you can see the combination there. And it still is to this very day. And of course, the remake of Dumbo was amazing. The best remake, period. I know everybody doesn't like remakes, but I loved it because obviously because it had the same feeling, the vibe of me becoming a Disney fan all over again. And I was impressed with what they did to Casey Jr., making him a real 440, which was actually a real design that lasted for over 40 years in the first days of American Steam.
I think in the animated movie, I think he's a 260.
He's been made of all different types, but like I said before, both American and the original are brilliant as Casey Jr. At least he got some recognition with his theme song as well. And of course, the other second Disney movie I liked was The Lion King, obviously, because obviously Simba was my favorite, along with Nala and all the other stuff.
Simba was great.
And my third one is Bambi.
Cool. I love Wreck-It Ralph as well. Wreck-It Ralph because I'm a big video gamer, so I love Wreck-It Ralph as well.
I only like.
Hey, you can't forget that Sonic was in the movie.
I only liked because they had my favorite Street Fighter villain, M. Bison, in there. You're not going on Turbo, are you? Yeah. General Wag Reavers, whatever his name was, brilliant. And of course, speaking of when it comes to Disney villains, my all-time favorite is Judge Claude Frollo, played by the great late Tony Jones. Because the best Disney villain with no superpowers,
It's kind of funny when it comes to I always find villains kind of better. I don't know why, but people seem to love villains over the main characters. I don't know why.
Maybe it's because they got the best theme songs and good catchphrases. But here's the thing: sometimes when it comes to heroes and villains, it's hard to get around those you want to be around, but yet you feel like you enjoy being the bad guys because they have better things to do in their style-wise and how they communicate. And they always have the best deaths as well. And then you have in some others, you have the heroes you can get behind. Like if you to watch anime.
Yeah, I like the point. I'd like to point out that in Tarzan, that has the most gruesome villain death scene ever. And yes, I know it's a silhouette, but if you know what I mean, yeah, that's dark.
Yeah, but if you want to talk about dark, I thought Judge Claude Frollo's death when he falls into the big massive lava was bad enough.
Yeah, that is scary.
But I thought to myself, that's the perfect way for a villain to die. Honestly, a good exit scene.
I mean, villains do get the best theme songs.
They do, and of course, my favorite villains are Judge Claude Frollo, Jafar, because obviously from Aladdin, because Jafar was just a badass evil villain that you know, one of the best laughters ever. Not to mention, I got Captain Hook as well, because at the time he was my favorite pirate until Captain Jack Sparrow came in. You can thank the actor himself.
Yeah. I was gonna say, we talked about favorite Disney villains, but I do have a favorite. So I actually have a favorite Nintendo villain. Well, actually, it's a favorite Mario villain now. So I don't. So you guys are probably are aware of the Paper Mario series, right? You guys are probably
yes,
right?
Yeah.
yeah. Well, I've been playing the Super Paper Mario one, the one that was released in 2007, spring of that year. And I have to say, my favorite Mario villain, would have to be Dimentio.
Oh boy, it just had to be Dimentio.
My favorite Mario villain is King Boo.
Yeah. Like, oh my gosh, here's why. Dimentio, oh my gosh. He has some of the best powers, the best jokes. And the theme song, okay. He has the best theme song, like the best final battle song. Like when you defeat him, oh my god, the ultimate show. Oh my gosh, that is like the best score, one of the best scores in the game.
It is. I actually heard it once, and I can tell why you said it, Samuel.
Do, love it. And Super Paper Mario has some of the best video game soundtracks, honestly.
Maybe
I'm like, I didn't play it as a kid. I didn't play the game as a kid, but I played it recently. Oh my god, the soundtrack is just amazing.
Now, if it comes to villains besides Disney, like I've got Frollo, Captain Hook, Jafar, and the other guy I liked was Gaston as well. Even he had a good death scene as well that matched up with Frollo too. He was actually the first one I remember seeing.
I'm going to take a guess. Is M. Bison on that list for favorite villains for you?
Oh god, you just had to say that. If we want to talk about non-Disney villains, M. Bison still ranks up as the number one in terms of a non-Disney villain.
You have no idea how long it took me to realize who the frig M. Bison was.
Not to mention, well, here's the thing. If it comes to my all-time favorite villains in terms of villainy, M. Bison, Darth Vader and M. Bison are stuck at the top list. And in terms of like badass villains, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
and because Darth Vader and M. Bison both share the number one spot, but they both share the number one spot in terms of being the best Star Wars villain. Bison is the best Street Fighter villain and still is. Judge Claude Frollo, the number one Disney villain. And if you're wondering who the fourth guy is, it's got to be from Marvel. It's basically Magneto from the X-Men.
You have no idea how long it took me to realize who M. Bison was, because when I first heard about him, it was actually in your Titanic DeviantArt series. I'm like, okay, M. Bison, cool character, yada yada. And then I learned, and then my dad told me about Street Fighter, and he said that M. Bison was, and I'm like, oh, M. Bison's from Street Fighter? Oh, that's cool.
He's a video game character.
Yeah, and then I finally watched the scene where that friggin' "of course" meme is from, and I'm like, oh, that's M. Bison.
Yeah, but you saw him from the live action played by Raul Julia. If you want to see who M. Bison really was, you've got to watch the animated Street Fighter film. That and you know who he is. If you watch the animation version of him, then you know just where I got him from.
Yeah, and I'm like, what is that? Because I remember that you and Doug Double Four did a video together, and it had that, of course, meme in it. I'm like, where is that meme from? Is that from a movie? Then I realized, oh, that's from a Street Fighter movie.
Yes, and of course, you can remember I did an old crossover back in the day, yes. And of course, the funny jokes as well. If you ever wanted to, you can actually see Bison and Darth Vader in one of my old crossovers, which weren't very good at the time. but they were what they were. You can see I had my favorite Disney villains looking after my favorite Disney character because obviously I had because I had an ex-girlfriend of mine which we did together, and that's how it turned out. And I still get
I
comments.
do know you're a Star Wars fan because I remember you did a really old video of Darth Maul death scene, including the demonic.
Yeah.
I like to call it the Timothy death scream. That's what I like to call it.
It's the Gut Wrench Scream, yes. And guess what? It's still among the top popularities on my channel to this very day, and it's insane. I'm like, really? And I'm still getting it to this very day with all the comments. It's like a trend that never gets old. Because everybody else back then was doing it. I thought it became a funny meme, and I thought, all my favorite death scenes, I'm just going to put this in just for a laugh because I don't know why. It was a good, cool scream, but I always kept laughing my head off back in the day when I was growing up watching it on funny films. I used to do it on Bravo, on funny other scenes with you for just for cartoony yell effects, and I just thought it's really good. And it's still, I even in video games they did it too as well. So I thought, you know what, it's so iconic. Let's just put it in because everybody else was doing memes back in the day when it was actually a fun thing to do.
The only Star Wars show that I watched was the Lego Show. That was the only thing I've ever watched that was Star Wars.
Huh? Oh, you saw the one I did with Darth Vader when he kills the Emperor, and I actually put the scream in there as well for a laugh.
Yeah, and the only Star Wars show I ever watched was the Lego Show that Disney did. That was literally only show I ever watched that was related to Star Wars.
Well, that was a bad, terrible one to go into. You need to watch the original trilogies. They're much more better.
Yeah, I've been thinking of doing that. I'm not really a Star Wars guy. I'm more of a Thomas and Friends, SpongeBob SquarePants, Winnie the Pooh guy. But I can get into other kind of stuff.
Well, if you want to, if you want to watch Captain Punjabs, he actually does bring a brief Star Wars version of Darth Vader in there. It's quite hilarious. It's very old school, hilarious. Back then, crossovering was very unique, and it was different back then. When the Thomas Model Train series was the king of the thing before the trains era got involved.
Yes.
Yes, indeed, Samuel.
I prefer anything over. I prefer any of the model seasons. I'm sorry, but I just do. Even if it was even over the hit era, I prefer over anything CGI. And here's the thing: because the music was great, the music was good in it. The composers knew what they were doing while Thomas was a model train. The sound effects were awesome, and the faces were not as bad. The faces were not really weird and they weren't just lackluster and cheap.
Of course they were. I mean, before the CGI, I think it was perfect, and I agree too.
I mean, anything above. I personally consider like the classic era of Thomas to be seasons 1 to 5, seasons 6 to 7 to be kind of like the weird era, and then the hit era, so on and so on.
To me, honestly, the whole Thomas series for me, I mean, despite the whole franchise now to what it was before the terrible reboot that happened, I would say the whole season for me was from season 1 to season 8, all the way until the CGI started to come into effect by season 9, I think.
I mean, to be honest, I have to give the All Engines Go credit. They brought back Bulstrode, who's like a missing character.
Look, dude, everybody still hates it. Did you hear what Britt Allcroft said in the papers? She really blew her stack on it, and everybody else agreed, and the same words that we said. And I was so happy to know she finally let her words out.
Yes.
And you would think the creators would stop doing what they're doing because obviously the train franchise of Thomas and Friends, like what we're doing in the fandom, is what's keeping it going alive with the other YouTube legends in the fandom who are still making the best thing that keeps it going. Whereas the other companies just don't seem to know. Like, I know Mattel doesn't really give a shit, to be honest, and I hate saying that, but I've argued with this before. If anybody could treat Thomas right and perhaps get it back on track, quote unquote, to make it watchable for us today in our modern day time, for us adults and for the younger generation, it would have to be Hasbro.
Yeah. To be honest, I've always thought about this. If Hasbro actually did a Thomas and Friends series and they used voice actors,
I got my lightsaber prepared.
Oh God! If they use live actor, I almost said lifesavers. If they use voice actors, if if they use voice actors for the Hasbro series, I can picture Gary Oldman as freaking Flying Scotsman. I can picture that.
I wouldn't
Yeah.
mind if they actually did start doing Thomas series in live action, but difference is they would use human beings as the characters rather than the engines. Even though the engines' names are clearly there, you see who's number 1 and 2, but you actually have either a staff
So,
member or
so
the
basically,
crew
like
members.
Starlight Express.
Yes. Or here's the thing, or you could even, and to make this even more hilarious, if they ever did it in the Japanese style, if they do it in anime, let's just say, what if what if Sodor ended up becoming a high school and you've got Thomas and the gang as we are, but they're in their pre-adult stages.
Well, here's how I think that would work. Henry would be the asthmatic one. Gordon would be the big buff one. James would definitely be the pretty boy one, and everybody else, I don't freaking know.
Yeah.
Oh Jesus!
Yeah,
But you
yeah.
know what I mean. And the Fat Controller would definitely be the quote headmaster of the bunch.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, if I may suggest, I honestly told this to one of my other friends, Cool Sword Sex 123, my friend Maddie. I said it actually would be better. So you know how Japan is really into the whole model series and they honor it?
They do, yes, very old school.
Dude, if Japan literally took it, if Japan literally got the rights to Thomas, that would actually make it really, really good. Like Japan got the rights, they could actually recreate, like they could put Thomas back to where it needed to be again if Japan got everything. They got the whole models and everything.
Yeah. But what if they actually did it like a different style, like if they did it in their own animation variation of it, like they've done in kind of a spin-off style, but it's still heavily based on it still?
Yes.
Yeah, that could work.
Because I honestly would love to see Japan take over Thomas, and they could, and here's the thing: they have the budget to do the whole model series. If they have the budget to do it, they can probably put brand new model series episodes. That would be awesome.
That would be awesome.
And
Yeah,
then we would all praise Japan.
But but I'm wondering, like, how would since Thomas is mainly a British thing, how would they feel about it?
Beats me.
Beats me. I mean, I just say at least if the company tries to make Thomas where it once was, like very good, and just with good writing, because I'm sure Japan can pull it off very well. I've seen Japanese stuff, and they pull it off real well.
Look, I love Japanese culture, what they've done today, especially when they do the whole thing that's become quite popular the last, few years now? Because I've seen on YouTube, they've done some, like, what they call isekai, which is like a different universe where one guy goes into a different world or they get reincarnated. Now, just think about it.
Yeah.
If Thomas and Friends had that, now just picture this. If somebody like us as a real human being either died or got teleported to a new world in an isekai Japanese style of the island of Sodor, you got the trains there, but instead Thomas and the gang are actually humans with different color hairstyles, and this is what they're doing. Just think of it that way. And they can actually drive it by themselves without having a crew involved. They can just do it by themselves.
It would be kind of funny. I always pictured I always kind of pictured if Thomas and the gang were humans, I always pictured Percy being a bartender. I don't know why. I always pictured him being I don't think I could
see him do that. I could see him being the common dude. Like, has anybody, if anybody's watched the classic series Clannad, you got that blonde dude, or his name was Suhara. That's his name. Yeah, that's his name. How I remembered it. Suhara, and he always gets his rear absolutely warped and has some funny moments happening. I can see that being Percy's style because his voice actor, Greg Agrids, whatever his name is, he's really hilarious. I could picture that being Percy's voice.
But then I'm also thinking, well, Percy in the show, he's the male engine. So what if he's like a male carrier, and then he's like, I need to make some more money. I know, I'm gonna turn my house into a bar, and everyone's like, that's the most stupidest idea in the whole world, Percy.
Oh god, I don't know why, and I can just see, picturing in my head, I can see Rosie being the over the top cutie type of tomboy style who just loves Thomas to death, will do anything. And then you got,
Yeah.
and I can see Molly being cute shy but still having a nice soft spot, and Mavis being, well, being Mavis, and of course I can, and it's no secret, I can see Emily being the quote unquote badass of the bunch, having her moments with other people, but still having a good. And I can definitely hear her being voiced by a deep toned female who has a pretty badass.
I can actually picture if there were humans, I can picture Henry being like let's say he was born with like with a health condition, like he has asthma, or like how I do, I have asthma, so he has asthma, and everyone's like, oh, you're just lazy, but Henry's like, no, I actually do have a health condition, and like some of the other characters like Thomas, Edward, or Percy have to help him out a lot of them because he runs out of breath very easily.
Yeah.
Now, as for Gordon,
problem.
As for Gordon, he would definitely be like the richest guy in the group. Trust me.
I can see Gordon being the tallest, but I can envision him being still young, but he's still.
Yeah.
But I can see him being the quote unquote. How should I say this to put this in cleanly? I could see him being the muscle ab of the bunch, being big and muscular and somewhat like, like how you would have seen a grown man back in the late 80s, big and over muscular.
The thing is, if they were humans, would they have the last name as their builder, like Thomas Brighton, Gordon Grizzly, Henry Stanier, etc.?
Yes.
Definitely. You do.
Definitely.
You answered your own question, man. That would have worked.
But Percy would be weird. Percy would be Percy Hunslet Avonside or something like that, because
Thomas
nobody.
Percy would have multi problems with his name. Like I said before, you said about Percy having an identity crisis in trains. I think he'd have an identity crisis in his last name. Because he wouldn't know whose family he came from.
Yeah, that's actually a bit messed up. In humans, that's actually a bit messed up when it comes to Percy. Yeah, and
wow.
And that,
Wow, indeed, Samuel.
Whoa.
if I'm correct, aren't Duck and Oliver built by the same person?
I don't know, actually. I know
Yeah,
Emily's
I
built
don't.
by Sterling Single, so I know Emily's last name would be Sterling.
Because I'm thinking about.
Like, it's gonna be really hard to figure out where the engines originally built from, or where they built from.
Yeah.
But we all know. Well, we know that Rosie was an American.
Yeah,
Yeah.
True.
I could picture
And
like
don't forget Porter. You can't forget about him too.
Yeah. Gordon
And
was
Sam.
static.
Yo.
Yeah, oh, indeed, Astro. Bam!
How much does that cost anyway when you got that?
200 and something where it was for the hilt, and this was even more. It was the best Christmas present I've ever had. Made out of real fabric glass, this thing is, bro. And you can get these for free.
No way!
Look, if you want, I can help you with this right now. Hang on.
Okay.
That's where I got it from.
Ah, nice.
Oh.
Go check it out. You can get these for free. It says here on the back.
Okay.
When I left you, that was nothing but an earlier.
You know, I did have an idea for for if I ever did like a crossover like human series, and it would kind of be what Glenn does with his Ship Spirits, where Thomas and Friends characters and Ship Spirits appear in the same universe.
Yes, I know what you mean.
And then, but
yeah.
here's the thing. Thomas would be like, I don't think we should talk to Titanic because she is the Titanic. She's probably too important to talk to us. We're just gonna keep away from her because I don't know, like she's too important for us. Like there are some shippers that they will talk to, but some they will not talk to because of their past, and they would be like, yeah, we're not gonna talk to them because they might be too important for us.
And what about the Britannic? You can't forget about her, right?
Here we go,
Okay.
guys. Gotta go for some next swings there. Here we go. In the beginning, in episode 4, As we know, he was partially a man who was mostly a mechanical being. Not much of a sword fighter at all, though.
I mean, to be honest, I really kind of like the Britannic because, I like the way how she used her role as a hospital ship.
Main battery. Please recharge.
Ah,
There you go. I need to do that again. I wasn't ready with that. When I left you, Thomas, I was never but the learner. Now I am the master. Only a master of evil, brother man. Okay, cut. There we go.
not bad. That was actually good.
That's pretty heavy. I can't swing it around like I would with the plastic blade ones because this thing's got real glass made in it. Check it out, Astro. If you want to go to that site, just shows you can get these for free, man. Honestly,
Yeah, I had like a roommate,
Sure.
and they made swords for him like that.
just
That
go,
was really cool.
just go to next level. Just go to the next level UK net thing and take your shopping to the next level. Check it out. Just go
Sure.
for it.
Well,
All right.
And the
So-
delivery is for free.
Nice.
And they got them. You can just go and check it out, mate. Honestly, if you can afford them.
Snack.
You get the actual sabers from the films, like Vader's and Revan's and Luke's. But if you want your own custom, this is one of them. And this is the closest my OC has ever had.
Awesome.
So if you and I were to do battle, we can't swing our blades and make contact with them because it's made out of real fiberglass in this.
That's understandable. You don't want to
Plus-
damage them.
No, but it can still work, so we have to make a gentle contact.
Charging.
Also, what are your opinions about BC Rail?
they're nice.
Steve Rail, that rings a bell to my head. Now, if your lightsaber was to come into if you get your lightsaber held, this is what it would come in one of these cases.
Okay.
This is what mine was.
Do you want to know what's my favorite electric locomotive in the BC Rail fleet?
What would that be?
The GF6C.
Oh, the GS6Cs. Those and oh, I see which one you mean.
Yeah. I mean, I'm glad that one of these engines have made it into preservation while the other 6 were been scrapped.
Indeed.
Yeah.
I was now Astro. What you said about Britannic, I was thinking about that actually. If she was a human and would exist exist in the with the Thomas and Friends characters, she is a hospital ship, so she would most likely be a nurse, like the head nurse of a hospital.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I feel, to be honest, out of the 3 Olympic class ships, Olympic would be the most outgoing, and Britannic would be the shyest, and Titanic as well. The Titanic, so that's complicated in itself. But I think Britannic would be the nurse because she would know all about like medical experience. Like, oh, trust me, I've seen some worse stuff. There's no problem for me.
Well, she would have
Yeah.
been and seen horrible things, obviously. Whenever I think of Britannic as a human, definitely looking like a nurse character.
Yeah, I
Whereas
mean, there
Olymp-
are some pictures about that, actually.
Whereas Olympic, I can see her changing persona-wise from being an ordinary white star liner to an absolute badass ass-kicking machine.
Now, as for
Heck, imagine if there would be like the Mauritania, Aquitania, as well as the Lusitania. Imagine how that would be.
Yes, and then you've got the classic rivalry of White Star and Cunard, where we have 2 big female ship girls who basically are not on the best of terms with each other because of the rivalry they're developing.
I would kind of picture Lusitania to be like, here's how. Okay, Glenn, you know how you made like your like dark Titanic persona? That's how I picture Lusitania looking like, except like she's kinder, she's very gentle, but she's a lot.
So basically, to put this instantly, you're seeing Lusitania basically as a silver-haired woman and not in the classic Cunard style where you were just as a
Well,
goth.
well, black hair because she wore black funnels
Oh.
when she was sunk.
Oh, that version. Okay, yeah. To be
Yeah,
honest,
because in the
Oh.
war times, their funnels were changed the color from to
Oh,
black.
I see. Because
I
I
could
thought
pic-
for a split, because technically the Lusitania's 1915 look is basically how I got Titanic to look in a gothic style, which is
That
basically her quote unquote true form, as because she's named after the three Titans. So I was trying to think of the Greek mythology thing, and I thought, and because in the dialogue, she kind of almost speaks almost like in a William Shakespeare dialogue, almost, because she believes that she is in fact the Titan of the seed and whatever, and basically living up to what the three Titans were about. You know,
because I would think of that's how I would think of. But Lusitania, I can picture being a lot. She's a badass kind of character. But since Lusitania is the oldest of the three Cunarders and technically the oldest of the six four funnel liners, she will be the most wise. She will be the smartest of the group, and also she'll be like the quietest, but also the most caring of the group. Because to be honest, Lusitania is my second. Is probably my favorite Ocean liner of all time, other than possibly Olympic. But
well,
I would picture Lusitania being the smartest.
I always felt like, in a funny way, Mauritania, despite she's younger, I thought she was more the maturest in a strange way. Because every time I've seen Titanic, I've always said that I know the White Star Liners and Cunards were rivals, but I was thinking, who is actually the actual rival for the other sister? Like with Titanic, I've heard it in multiple times. I've heard her say that she's a Lusitania's rival, but then in the infamous James Cameron movie, she
The
says that she's the Mauritania's rival. So I'm thinking to
100 feet
myself,
longer than Mauritania.
far
Yeah.
more luxurious. And I'm thinking to myself, and I still am puzzled, like, just who the hell is Titanic's actual rival out of those two sisters? You can't have both of them. It has to be one of them. And I couldn't make my mind up.
Well,
Even to this,
here's the thing, Glenn. When you did there's a story a bit where we first introduced to Aquatania, where she gets mad at Olympic, and I'm like, no, this is not Aquatania. I'm thinking of Mauritania, because this is more of a Mauritania personality, because Mauritania was the record holder for like 20 something years, so it feels a lot more Mauritania based than Aquatania based.
I know,
Aquatania
'cause I get it, yeah.
Aquatania would be a lot more Lusitania side of things. Like, oh, I don't care about the rivalry. I could care less for the rivalry. I'm more. I would just love to serve my country, and I just want to help each other out. And plus, that since she served in both world wars, she would be a lot more. How should I say this? Toughen up compared to some of the older ships.
Yeah, not to mention she was
Heck,
also the last in
Don't
the
forget
final.
about like one time that the Aquitania was last used in service as a cruise ship before.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and Mauritania also ended her time as a cruise ship too, as well. Not to mention, Aquitania was also the last of the four funnel generation.
I often picture Olympic being a bit of a thrill seeker. Like, oh, nobody is searching for some fun. I want to see some fun in my lifetime. But
I would
Dude.
say Olympic is more. I'm going to be a bit honest with you with this one, but when it comes to Olympic, look, I've always watched all my favorite anime females. I tend to see and the voice dubbers, and I try and think of who is what would the voice sound like and her
Yeah.
personality. Being the way she is, and being being a luxurious liner like Titanic, but here's the difference. I always felt she was more like attracted to the opposing gender of her very own. Like she was more into the always got the whole thing with the rich people, the tracking the wealthy. So I would see her more as a man's type of girl. You know what I mean? Like she
Yeah.
always attracted like all the male customers to her, and being that sort of rich type girl, like this and that, what to offer and what not. Same thing
Now-
with Mauritania. I can see Mauritania doing the same almost, but but again, by following the rules of their services, what they do with the first class and the wealthy, treating them like you would see the actual crew members doing, treating them like they're princesses and whatnot. In a funny way, that's why they almost act like nearly almost, because they're from the. Because keep in mind, Titanic and Mauritania and the others were coming in from the first decade of the 20th century, in the final days of the Edwardian era. So you would think, the way how royalty would be for them, you know what I'm trying to get at.
yeah. I
To
would
be that,
personally.
I would see Olympic again being more attractive to the male passengers, but at the same time inspiring the females to be like, this is how to be beautiful and attractive and this and that, and finding a partner to fall in love with.
But
Titanic would
she,
have been.
but she wouldn't be arrogant, right? She would not
Oh,
be arrogant.
definitely not. She has no. Oh no. I'm telling you, not even once would I see any arrogance coming from a White Star Liner,
Now,
especially when you had the new eras of the steam era, which were Olympic and Titanic, especially with Mauritania and Lusitania. Despite the fact despite the fact it was actually Olympic and Titanic that really heralded in the age of the superliner era. If you get my drift.
yeah, I get what you mean. I feel though there are some ship spirits where I would picture having really complex personalities, like Seawise University. If you know the history of that ship.
I've heard that name somewhere before. Like,
Yeah,
go back.
Glenn, Seawise University was formerly known as RMS Queen Elizabeth. The sister. Okay, I don't know
that
how to
one.
put. I don't know how to put this, but I'm going to count Queen Elizabeth as being a sister ship to Queen Mary.
Well, she is actually a running mate to Queen Mary, but yes, they were very close to being quote unquote sisters, but they were running mates.
I feel like Queen Seawise University would be a lot more. How can I say this? Quiet compared to Queen Mary. Like Queen Mary is kind, respectful, but Seawise University, or AKA Queen Elizabeth, she's just quiet. Like I don't really know like who to talk to or something like that.
The first Queen Elizabeth, in terms of the first Queen Elizabeth, and then before then,
The largest cruise ship for about 56 years, and then came Queen Mary 2. That one.
not that one. No, I'm talking about Elizabeth, and then you had QE2, who came along, who was named after our current queen, who was until she passed away. And then she took over and had the reins, and then we had another Queen Elizabeth who was doing a heck of a good job. And of course, Queen Mary is still the Queen of Cunard, although we've got a new Cunarder on the rise now.
Queen Anne.
Yes, who I will think will pass on the torch if Queen Mary decides to, well, I wouldn't want to say retire because she's the last ocean liner ever made. I don't want to think, to have her go off and then you have, to pass on
It's
the
very
torch.
kind of surprising of how the Queen Mary 2 continued the legacy of the original RMS Queen Mary.
Yes, and she is, and she's even carrying some of the traditional White Star as well. She's even got the champagne for crying out loud for first-class customers, so I guess a bit of Titanic lineage still lingers on. Not to mention Queen Victoria was a good cruise vessel. She was one of my favorites, who I actually did see. I'm not lying. I saw Queen Victoria when I was down south at Torquay. She was massive. It was like seeing a modern day Titanic. It's the first time I've seen another Cunard liner from a modern day time, and I literally was flabbergasted. I was just so happy.
Speaking about that, I did remember that the White Star Line was planning to build their own superliner project, but that was canceled out when the merger occurred.
RMMV Oceanic.
Oceanic the Third, yes. It would have been, I'm not going to lie, it probably would have been the modern day Titanic, and it probably would have had some good competition. And I do believe...
Good competition? It was just built to go up against freaking Normandy and Queen Mary.
Yeah, but that's good competition against its own Cunard rival, and of course against the French. Keep in mind.
I feel like Normandy would be would be very shy. Like she's a big, I'm sure you've seen photographs of Normandy. She is a big girl, but I feel like she would be a very shy person.
She's basically, as I like to say, she's basically the French variation of what Titanic would have been like. To be honest.
I do feel like they went overboard with Normandy on luxury. They went overboard.
No, honestly, you may think that, Michael, but to me, I think they were spot on with what they did. I think, to be quite honest, French luxury at its finest, which probably would have beaten Titanic. I think, to be honest, if anybody would have been a match for Titanic in terms, I know there were other vessels, but I feel like from that 1920s modern day standard or whatever it was they were doing, I think Normandy would have been the best rivalry for Titanic had she lived longer, even though Olympic was around at the time. But still, I feel like that would have been French's counteract to match.
Do you actually? I've always wanted to ask you this, Glenn. Since Titanic was built since Titanic, Olympic, and Britannic, since they were built in Belfast, which is in Ireland, do they specifically speak in Irish?
It's very funny, actually. I never mentioned them having any accents in the old fanfics I did, but I've had many different versions I've seen fanfics do. Like, one thing I've said, there was one guy I know of who's still hanging around, Titanic, whose name is 1912, who's a legend in DA like me. He actually had Titanic speaking in a Irish American voice.
Oh,
Since Ireland, since there are plenty of people who have a bit of a connection between Ireland and America. If you think of like wrestler Hulk Hogan, Hulk's actually an Irish. There were Hulks from the Marvel comics, and Hogan's name I didn't realize was Irish. So it makes Hulk Hogan, the character, an Irish American. So I felt like that. Yeah. So Titanic and Olympic and would have had different types of, because their real roots did lie in America. That's where
I think Lusitania and Mauritania were both built in Scotland, though I think it was a race to see who was built first. And though I don't think it would have mattered, because I think they were still both built in Scotland. So I was going to ask, would they have Scottish accents?
Honestly, it wouldn't have mattered who came up with their accents as long as they knew how to communicate. It would be funny, actually. I can't quite see them both with it. There was one version Titanic had an American Irish accent, and then there was one version where she spoke completely Irish, and completely Irish and no whatever it was. And then there was one version I remembered who swapped it round. And of course, there was one version of Olympic basically talking complete British with no accent of being Irish at all. It had a bit of an American slight in there, as I recalled. But in my version, as I've said before, Olympic and Titanic, and anyone who's a White Star Liner who have gone from America back to Southampton, wherever I'm back, would have learned to speak in multi accents. They would have either, if you saw them in Ireland, they would have been speaking 100% Irish together. If they were over in Southampton, over England, they would have been hiding their accents and they would have been talking complete British. And over in America, this is how I would have envisioned it if they were communicating with anybody else from a different nationality. And I would have seen Olympic basically talking as an American while hiding her accent.
That would work. I mean, there's this one ship that I would feel like would be very complicated to listen to, and that's because Glenn, if you've seen the book Lost Liners or Ghost Liners over here in the U.S., that's what I read it as.
Listen, Michael, I have read it. It is quite tough, and I've actually seen the old documentary called Lost Liners from 2000, which is super nostalgia. Damn.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about Empress of Ireland, by the way. Even though I kind of see her being a bit of a goddess, I can picture that Empress of Ireland goddess, because I can picture being in like an American style voice, but she like, when you see her, you don't think that she's an ocean liner. You think that she's like a battleship, but she's an ocean liner. Like,
I know who she is. Yeah, I know. I can tell I definitely know she would be 100% Irish, and I can picture her looking like an empress, because after all, she was an empress class, so I can picture her looking like one.
Even though for Empress of Ireland, I would picture her having a scar across her eye to reference the collision with the Storstad.
That would have been my version. It would have been on her gut, near down her chest and gut, like Titanic would have had. If you read my new fanfic, she actually does expose her bad scar along with a coal fire next to her, so she's badly scarred. Still to this day.
Now, the ship that I'm talking about is the 5th ship mentioned in the book, Andrea Doria, who is Italian. So that brings a whole lot of other things into it.
Yes, the Andorra, the one who survived for about 11 hours.
I still don't understand how the hell that happened.
Must have been good designing to get everybody out, though, I guess. But either ways, I could see her speaking Italian very heavily.
Yeah, but I can also picture her being like here's how I picture Andrea Doria. She is very beautiful, but she does not like wearing beautiful clothing. Like, she wears plain clothing. Like, why should I wear plain clothing? Like a luxury clothing. People are gonna think that I'm too rich or something. I want to be just like what these other people are. So she would wear simple clothing.
I know, yeah, because she's built
kind of like how Britannic would wear a nurse dress.
Yeah, she's basically from that time period, like to match in. I know what you're saying.
Yeah, because to be honest, when a Britannic in modern day, like let's just say her ship died and she lives on as a spirit in human form. I do not picture her going back to her White Star Line clothing. She would still be wearing her Britannic nurse outfit because I died as a hospital ship. I'm going to remain a nurse. That's how I was when I died. This is how I'm going to stay as I am.
Yeah, basically,
It's really kind of sad that she never reached her purpose as an ocean liner when she was rushed as a hospital ship.
I think she would have done if. I mean, everyone has been saying what would have happened, and I personally think, to be quite honest, I personally think she would have made a very unique passenger ship had she survived it. And there's that one guy here called Ocean Line Design. He did like an alternate storyline.
Oh, I was
would have
actually watching a
happened
video of his
had
before I
Britannic
came
lived?
on here.
And it worked. I liked the
Yeah.
idea of this. Although I didn't like the idea of her being sank in the war by the evil, like, let's just not put any political things or whatever, but being sunk.
I really kind of like the two videos that he made. Like he did two videos of what if the Titanic or what if the Britannic didn't sink.
And the one with Titanic had it not sank. That to me was a very good alternative. And I'm thinking to myself, this is kind of what would have happened anyway.
Wait, here's a quick question. If Titanic didn't sink, and if Empress of Ireland and Lusitania still would have sunk, would it have made any difference to the lifeboats?
I have no one else the idea.
Because
Don't forget about the watertight bulkheads. You can't forget about that.
No,
Sure.
but I do believe I liked how Titanic said he would have survived some that, but I was kind of expecting a much more happier ending, like preservation rather than being scrapped. That's kind of what I would have. That's the only thing I wish could have been the difference. I still find it sad that Britannic still sank, but hey, at least
Yeah,
at
but
least
my question is, why did she have to sink that fast in 55 minutes?
the design
because she was still moving, and they decided to be stupid and launched 2 lifeboats into the water, and then they got smashed up by the propellers.
the captain didn't get the order, and of course somebody had left the portals open.
I know that, but it's still rather stupid.
When nobody knew what was going on at the time, no one thought, that this was going to happen. Think about it, and it's during wartime. Keep in mind, what would you have done?
I'd like to point out how was Olympic's career affected by this? Because Titanic sinks, nobody wants to go on Olympic, and then Britannic sinks.
Oh boy!
So-
Again, times have changed. It was that time period where that style of showing off and everything. That went out of style minutes after Titanic sank, and then the war breaks out, and we have to get ready to get people back home and whatnot. So, people had to move on. Although Titanic's name was still fresh in everyone's minds. Although it wasn't much of a common thing to think of, but I know for a fact Olympic would have been forever traumatized, and I've always pictured her as this once happy, futuristic ship girl who eventually would be happy and beautiful on the outside, but she would be masquerading what she is on the inside, a broken, empty, depressed, shellless of who she
I did
would have been.
remember that one time in the Titanic in her own words video, like they were asking if they wanted to take on the survivors to take them somewhere where they needed to go, but unfortunately that was that was denied.
Yeah. So I feel like that's how she would have been. And if you would have visioned it, I would have pictured Olympic, despite not seen by anybody if they were lucky enough. I would have just seen her continually mourning Titanic, dressed in black completely, not even matching that of her livery, just a way of showing off what she is. And then after Britannic sinks, it's just, the straw that breaks the camel's back for her. She can no longer be, in defining that she can be associated in happiness, but she's just not the happy ship girl you would think she would have been when she was first launched. But
isn't there a story of Olympic sailing near Titanic's wreck site, and there was like an earthquake or something?
I did remember, because the Titanic, when the Titanic was still sending out a distress call, the Olympic picked it up.
Yeah, well, Olympic was 500 miles away. She would never have made it.
I don't even know if Mauritania was involved in all this. I heard there was a rumor that
I
Mauritania.
don't know if she was anyway, because her name was not showing up on the map.
Yeah, so I don't think it's her. I feel bad for the Mountain Temple for crying out loud.
Yeah, I think Mauritania and Lusitania would have either been laid up on either side of the Atlantic, but if they
But
get involved.
they're like the fastest. Okay, they were the fastest ships in the world, but I won't count that.
Well, then again, if they had been around, I can only imagine they probably would have saved quite a lot.
To be honest,
if they had been around, they would have worked.
to be honest, I kind of picture Titanic being very mysterious because since like nobody really talks to her, which kind of hurts her, honestly. Everyone's like, oh, I don't know what Titanic's like. I've never honestly met her before.
Yes, but the name is familiar to everybody, and that's kind of like what you would see in my fanfic, which I'm still trying to redo all over again. She has like this aura, like you don't even know. And when you
Actually,
see her, then you do understand who she is. When you see the facial features on her look, like who she is, she may look pretty and all, but you get that overwhelming sense of like again that mystique, but then you get that overwhelming power of like tragedy and sadness that can just overwhelm you within a matter of seconds. Like
I'm actually kind of disappointed that in your fanfic, Carpathia nor Californian appear in it.
that's because they had of course, there's no need to be disappointed because obviously to this day Titanic would never have forgiven California at all, no matter what would have happened.
I feel like she would have. I feel like she would have like 100 years later, like maybe someone like Lusitania comes up there and is like, it's 100 years since it's happened. Like,
I know. I guess maybe then doing the whole thing, yes, but still, just keep in mind, although and everything else, and of course with Carpathia, definitely these two would have had something there briefly, although who knows what would have happened. But like I said, with the times of changing and what happened in the whole thing before we get to Race the Titanic, you need to understand the different decades had changed, society had been changed, and yet, the world above, quote unquote, on Titanic had changed while she'd been around.
Actually,
stuck in darkness, and basically, despite looking pretty much the same as she had been, she had changed from being this beauty character to this dark, goth-like, almost vampirish-like in a way. Because
actually, who do you think suffers more, Titanic or Lusitania? Because Titanic was tragic enough, but Lusitania was straight up murdered.
That's what I mean. They all suffered from their own ways and dealt with about it at the time. Lusitania definitely would have still blamed, well, basically U20, despite the fact U20 herself. If you've read if you read in my Thomas fanfic, you actually will get your answer there.
Okay, though I do like I do want to implement like a ship girls into my Thomas and Friends series where Lusitania comes and has become like she's like Thomas's part-time driver on separate occasions. I like the idea that you had the end where like Lusitania and Thomas were very close friends. Like I'm like, that's interesting. What if Thomas worked at Liverpool before he went to Sodor?
Well, there would have been a lot of E2s hanging around back then. And in Southampton.
In my universe.
For what if you guys don't know, like another ship that was also been torpedoed down from a German U-boat too. Like the Lusitania is not the only ship that has been sunk by a torpedo.
Oh, I know, but she's probably the most famous to get sunk by a torpedo, other than possibly the Laconia.
Mm-hmm.
If anybody remembers that disaster.
Yes, and of course everybody remembers the other one that had been torpedoed. There was also another one known as the Wilhelm Gustloff.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the one I am talking about.
I'm a bit iffy about that one because do you know where that ship was from?
Germany, yeah.
Okay, then.
Yeah, because they were trying to evacuate the passengers.
Yeah, but think about it. What was Wilhelm Gustloff before the war? She was a cruise ship from the company that was led by a certain man that everybody knows. So you're like, what would she be like? Would she be like?
To be very, very honest, I'm going to say this on a personal level, and I'm going to say this once. If you watch the anime series of Azure Lane, you'll see the ship girls who take on the forms of the warships. And you will see the German ones look pretty badass. You'll see Bismarck, you'll see Prinz Eugen, Z-23, and of course some of the others as well.
Scharnhorst, Gneisenau, Tirpitz, etc.
Tirpitz, yes, and you'll see HMS Hood, Belfast, Queen Elizabeth, Enterprise, Hornet, and Yorktown, and of course you'll see Akagi and Kaga, Suikaku and Shoku and all the guys who played their roles during the Great War and in the Second World War and during a time of, of what we were. And honestly, I know some were villains, quote unquote, but I look at them now as kind of like the anti-heroes. Some were heroes and some were villains, but then again, they're not quite villains. Like, take a look at Bismarck, the flagship of the Kriegsmarine, which, right? And they were
Yeah.
serving the evil Third Reich. And when I look at Bismarck, she does look like a villain. But the thing is, after seeing her story in the video game of Azure Lane and looking back at one guy who did a great storytelling of her with the enemy counterpart in the real life, and what we had to do when they blew up HMS Hood, who died out, and then you see Bismarck suffering, and they played the theme of her last stand in the video game, and it makes you wonder, because everybody at the time, and I mean, we all thought everybody was a villain, but turns out in the wars, none of us were not all of us were villains. And of course, the Germans and the Japanese and those who fought with us, they weren't all bad guys.
So
Yeah.
where would
some
where
were good
would-
No, I kind of feel very
Oh,
bad
like
that
we were.
Japan's largest battleship, the Yamato, was destroyed with all those Japanese soldiers on board.
she's not even in the game yet? That's the sad part.
Well, if you look at the battleship Yamato, her face ship was kind of just as bad as what happened to when Bismarck got blown up. Basically. But then if you look at them all, they weren't all bad guys. They were just all suffering. They were all fighting for
So,
survival, for king and
You
country.
think that this would have happened to Wilhelm Gustloff? Like she was like a ship who like didn't really want to be part of it, but she had to because she
Yeah,
had no
it's
choice.
basically, as I like to say it, this is what I think of every ship girl who fought in Azure Lane in the Kriegsmarine or in the Sakura Empire or even the Royal Navy for that matter, like for us, or even the Eagle Union, which is the American fleet. We were all just doing what they had to do to survive. But for those who were fighting on the wrong side, which were the bad guys, I always think of those who were not part of who weren't part of the you know what I mean.
I actually
Yeah.
learned that the Wilhelm Gustloff
turns
had a sister ship.
Yep, I just think of them as good characters who were doing their job, who were basically surviving for their nation and for the real people of it, and not for the extremists. You get my drift?
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Think
And
of Think of Bismarck. Think of Bismarck and Prince Eugen, U-556, and of course Tirpitz and who else was there? I'm trying to remember some of the other names, and of course think of all those ones. They were fighting for what they were doing, but in my opinion, when you see them in the anime, they look more like just anti-good guys, but basically trying to fight for the right cause to survive, but not fighting for the actual, government leaders of their nation. They're fighting for the real people and for their own survival, and that's it.
that is true.
And as for Willem Gustloff, I feel like it's kind of like a character who looks like a villain, but he's not really, and not really a part of it. They're just doing their random job and just not, paying attention to what's going on, or they already know, but they just don't want to be a part of it.
I do think it's like that. Yeah.
And of course, when you look at the other guys who helped us beat them in the end, if you look at them, and they're called the Northern Parliament, and they're quite a funny bunch of.
You mean the Russians?
Yeah, the Northern Parliaments. That's because they're based on the polar bear thing. It's the word Northern because of the
Oh, I never thought of it as that.
Parliament. Yeah, look at this. Yeah, look at the symbols, and that's why in Azure Lane the Kriegsmarine are called the Iron Blood, because that's actually a real company that made them. We're called Royal Navy, which is just normal because the word royalty, which has the king's crown on, and Eagle Union have the word eagle symbol on their flag.
Here's one thing I always wondered about ship girls, and it came to certain girls like Lusitania, who secretly, I don't know if you know about this, but she was secretly built to be an auxiliary cruiser. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they were to be adapted as our marine cruisers, and it didn't work out because of the coal consumption.
The Germans did have auxiliary cruisers, and I was always wondering, how would they be like with personalities? Would they be kind of like mermaids, where they would like try to lure in people with their beauty and then, I don't know, kill them or something like that?
They would do anything to get the upper hand. You just don't want to double cross them.
Yeah,
Like-
exactly.
Like I said before, they would look good and everything, but when it came to the wartime and everything, they would have changed their attires, just like Lusitania would have done. I mean, Mauritania would have done the same thing, serving as a hospital ship and a cruise ship. She would have been changing attires. Like
I do
same
kind of feel like I don't know if, I'm sure you know about this, the time where Olympic ran down a submarine. I'm pretty sure everybody was like, do not piss off RMS Olympic when that happened. Do not piss her off.
yeah, well,
Yeah, it's
basically
pretty,
after
it's
that,
pretty amazing how she famously rammed and sank that German U-boat U-103.
the only Lana to ever do it. Yeah, and
But
can only
I like to point out that she, one, almost sank a British warship, and two, sank a light ship.
yeah, well, basically, she's the most celebrated wartime in the Great War, in my opinion. So I look at her as the hero of the seas, to be honest. Not to mention, even though the crew of the U-boat did make it, I always feel like Olympic kind of had a very good sense of, like, sick feeling of victory of getting rid of the quote-unquote villains. And I actually, but back then again, everybody was fighting for king and country, and we don't even really know who were the actual villains. But then again, back in World War One, the Germans weren't as villainous as they would become, some 20 years off later on, when a certain who took seat of power. But like I said, with all the ship girls that happened in, with Bismarck and Tirpitz and the Kriegsmarine, aka the Iron Blood, because that's their way of censorship in the word of what would become the Reich's name, because of censorship and to make them less villainous, they actually were pretty good. So I look at them as like anti-heroes just trying to do the right thing, but not fighting for their leaders. You know what I mean?
And
I've said this.
to be-
I've done this in my fanfic on Azure Lane. If you read it, you can hear what Bismarck's saying and whatnot, because the
To be
commander
honest,
understands what they were doing.
Yeah, and to be honest, here's my own opinion. If I would picture Yamato, I would picture being like a very friendly person, where Musashi is like, you're kind of being a bit overly friendly, and Yamato's like, I'm trying to be friendly because I know people know I'm the enemy, but this is after World War II, and I'm like, I want to be their friend, and like she just asked something randomly, would you like a cheeseburger? Like Yamato would be like that kind of person to be like, I want to be your friend legitimately. I'm not trying to double cross you. I want to be your friend. I mean,
By the
that's
way,
how
have you heard about this? The last surviving tender ship, the SS Pneumatic.
Yep.
Oh God.
The last ship.
I'm very happy that this ship was the last survived White Star Line vessel.
Okay, I'm just gonna end it.
True. I like that too. I think I don't know if there's a picture of her right next to Titanic, but I know has to be a couple pictures of her with Olympic, and I know there's definitely one of her with Queen Mary.
Yeah, because there's actually a rare footage of the Pneumatic sailing
I'm
alongside the Olympic.
Okay, guys, listen.
Dropping off the passengers.
You know, Astro and Michael, like you said about to finish off what I said about the exact same guys who sank Wilhelm Gustloff, I thought to myself, the ones who sank her, again, they were somewhat villains as well. But when you watch Azure Lane and look at the ship girls who served in them, they're not all quote unquote Soviets. Some of the ships that they had took were British, American, and some were Italian. So they have a fun mixed bag of different types, which makes that quite interesting in my opinion. And if not all of them weren't built in the war,
Oh,
like
yeah, don't forget about the Luconia, because the Luconia was also torpedoed too.
Yep, Grass Zeppelin didn't make it. She was supposed to be the German version of Akagi.
You know about the Laconia?
I know about Laconia.
Yeah, she was also torpedoed.
I remember that one.
There's a movie about it.
Yeah, I remember seeing it
Yeah,
too.
there is.
Wait, Glenn, in your universe, does the Hindenburg have a spirit or no?
Listen, I wasn't really too much of a airship type, so that doesn't quite commute. Same thing with airplanes or whatnot. But if they ever were to go that far, that would be a bit too extreme for me.
Okay, because here's the thing. When it comes to ships who have had terrible deaths, i.e. USS Arizona, I picture her human form covered in like scars and burn marks because of how bad her death was, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, listen, that was reenacted in Azure Lane called Chapter 1, or whatever it was called, and it was a reenactment. I've seen what they've done with it based on Pearl Harbor and everything else. Again, like I said before, at the end of the day, everybody was a hero and a villain in their own ways, but technically, not everyone was a bad guy in World Wars 1 or 2. Like I said before, I do have
I'm
some
get,
sympathy for some of the German ships that were sunk, especially when the Russian ones attacked them. I thought to myself, but at the time, you think to yourself, they're part of the right, this and they deserve it. So I didn't have any sympathy at the time. But because of how it is now and my better understanding, it's what had to be done. And it was what history was. Whereas
I'm gonna
now we're almost reliving it, but with a different thing which we won't talk about. But just
I'm
keep
gonna
in
go on a whim and say your favorite battleship is probably the Bismarck.
German battleship, yes, but the best battleship total was HMS Hood. Who
Are you sure
Bismarck
about that? Are you
sank.
sure about that?
Yeah, because in both, if you see what they look like in Azure Lane, they're both blondes and they both got blue
But
eyes. They
I
both
like
look
the
like
point.
they both look like a variation of Titanic and Miami almost.
Okay, I've listened to Hood's English voice, and I remember you saying that would be how Titanic sound like. I think that would just sound a bit too
Almost.
deep. That would sound a
Very
bit too
close.
deep to be Titanic's voice.
It would almost be like that, almost. Because Hood was built in the final years of the Edwardian era. She almost looks like how she would speak, but that was Hood's voice. And then you see Bismarck talking in a weird way, and I'm thinking that's the closest to what a German Titan would sound like.
Now,
Almost.
when it comes to
No.
other ship spirits, what were you gonna say, Astro?
I was very kind of disappointed that when the German U-boat shot down the Laconia, they had tried to, save the passengers having the Red Cross on it.
Yeah,
But apparently, the bomber that was flown from America tried to shoot it down because they actually disobeyed the rules of the Red Cross.
Yeah,
Do
if you torpedo a hospital ship, it's obviously a war crime. If it's a mine,
Do not look up HMHS Landroveri Castle. You're gonna be horrified.
you mean the Glendover Castle? Yeah, I know which one you're referring to. Like there was that one that sank in 14 minutes or whatever it was, and then there was
And they got and they literally got shot up. The U-boat shot up passengers so that and only 24 survived.
there was the Glen Lackton, and then there was the other hospital ship called the Rua, who also sank in 2 hours. She also was torpedoed.
There's the Rohilla, there's the Rua, there's the Landroveri Castle, there's the Glenark Castle.
That's the one, Glenark Castle. That's the one.
Glenark Castle, yeah.
Glenark Castle and the Rura were the only other two hospital ships I know who were torpedoed in cold blood. But again, that's breaking the rules of war.
Here's the thing, though.
Yeah.
When it comes,
nobody should ever attack any vessels that has the Red Cross or anything.
Because that's a war crime. It's the same thing with Britannic, although Britannic struck a mine, and that technically isn't breaking the rules.
Isn't
wrong place,
there?
wrong time.
Isn't there?
Because the crew on the Britannic didn't know that there were mines laying there.
And U-70 and whatever her name was,
U-73.
Yeah, U-73 was laying the mines down, so she wasn't really a torpedo, so she wasn't going to technically be a war criminal. It's the same thing with what happened with those Italians. It was a cold-blooded killing thing. So, like I said, anybody, and of course.
Sorry, guys, I'm gonna have to go because Train Boy 11 is calling me right now. I'll talk to you guys later.
What else he still doing? Oh God.
I gotta go. I'm sorry.
That's all right, mate. Hey, Michael, I'm gonna have to end this very, very soon. We've been on for almost 4 hours now, but we've done a heck of a good job.
Yeah, I've actually, there's one ship I've been thinking of. I'm pretty sure you've heard this ship. The Edmund Fitzgerald. I can picture that ship being almost a tomboy.
Same here. Here's a tomboy. I've seen my old buddy Carl's dude make a human variation of who she is, and she looks pretty damn good. When it comes to the freight vessels of the Great Lakes, it's clearly obvious. Clearly obvious they will not look like what you would vision Titanic and the others to be as and whatnot. So it's just that sort of thing.
I actually remember you actually did a I remember like you did an illustration of a spirit, and it was I think it was the
That
spirit of
wasn't
the
me. That wasn't me. That was Cars Dude.
was it what I'm talking about? There was a ship named the Columbia.
Oh, that was an old friend of mine, Matthew 2007.
Because here's the thing, when I'm looking at this and I'm like, I know about this ship. How does he know about this ship?
It was because of an old friend of mine who was good at what it was, and I thought it was
Actually,
fantastic.
quick
And
question: if you go back to do the Spirit of videos, do you no Spirit of DeviantArts? Do you plan to do a Spirit of the Andrea Doria thing?
if only I could, I'll tell you what. If only I could do that, but that was back in the day when it was a different time. I'm not sure if I could, but it would be very unique, different back
I
then.
think you did one of the of Kursk.
That was back when I was just getting started at the time. Okay.
I'm surprised you know about that one.
That was at the listen before the whole thing with Russia and everything else what we're seeing today. That was different. Like,
Yeah,
Kursk
but
was- listen,
talking
Kursk is
about.
Kursk is still one of my favorite. Still was. I had to give my model away because it was broken. Sadly, it was still it's still my favorite in terms of submarine, in terms of that nation. Still,
My favorite is USS Thresher.
oh, Thresher was the star of that stuff. Then you had, yeah, well, until
Well,
she
okay. I don't know. I can't pick a favorite between Nautilus or Thresher, but I think I'm gonna lean on Thresher.
What about the USS Scorpion?
Okay. I don't. That's a controversial one. Whatever you.
Because they were
Whatever.
because both Thresher and Scorpion were both rediscovered by Bob Ballard, who would later find Titanic, believe it or not.
Yeah. Okay. When you say Thresher was discovered, what was left of Thresher was discovered? Because if I'm correct, she
Yeah.
is literally in pieces.
Yeah, she imploded the same way with unlike the Thresher, Scorpion actually was crushed into two pieces like a twig. But still
Yeah.
imploded below its crushed depth.
And actually, I find it kind of cool that Bob Ballard actually found the wreck site of Bismarck and Yorktown, and technically PT-109, if I'm correct. But I don't think that would be even a spirit. But
Well,
Yorktown and Bismarck, yeah.
I was a bit surprised Ballard would find Bismarck and then later Titanic. And it's so funny because in the Azure Lane, if you've seen that, I saw like Bismarck and I was like, she's a blondie, in the video games and in the video game and manga, she's got green eyes, whereas in the anime, she's got blue eyes. So I'm technically thinking it's Titanic all over again. And there's Titanic again, another blondie. So I'm thinking to myself, they're both almost identical at this point. And I was thinking, how could Ballard find the most famous at the time, which I always once used to think was the most villainous ship ever built that we sank? And then later on, that was after he would find Titanic, after in 1985, because Bismarck was found in 1989 and then rediscovered again in 2001.
The first fun fact: the first time I ever heard of Bismarck was, I don't know if you watched this, but there's a National Geographic documentary called "Last Voyage of the Lusitania," and in that it mentions that Robert Ballard found Bismarck, and that was the first time I ever heard of Bismarck.
First time for me was actually during the. I've got this old documentary on DVD now, but it was from 2003, as I recall at the time, and it was from National Geographic before they changed it into Channel 4. So
Is it Search for Battleship Bismarck?
No, that's the 2012 version. I actually got the one which was called The Battle Between Hood and Bismarck, and it had the survivors at the time, including that, and that's how my interest in the two, when I figured who Hood was and Bismarck.
Is it the one where they find the wreck of Hood?
Yeah, both Hood and Bismarck. In 2001, they were rediscovered by Dr. Eric Grove. I mean, not Dr. Eric Grove, I mean by David Mearns.
It's kind of confusing about the Hood because it sounds like a lot of people did survive the initial explosion of Hood. They just didn't survive the sinking.
No, the whole ship got blown up 3 times.
Oh yeah, that is true actually.
If you had the whole ship exploding, it's no wonder 3 miraculously survived.
Don't you find it a bit odd that Prince of Wales will be sunk later in that same year?
Yeah, despite the fact
by the Japanese, mind you.
Yeah, indeed. of course, it's so strange. Like I said before, I mean, I understand what we had to do then, but that was the first time I heard of Bismarck and Hood. And just keep in mind when we were fighting against Nazi Germany, which I hate saying, I still looked at them all as the villains, you know. And
So
I saw
here,
Bismarck as a villainous vessel. But at the same time, as time has gone by, I've recognized what we did because I've seen other documentaries in the past of the two fighting, and they always say like the sailors of Hood, they were sailors. Bismarck's crew were sailors, were no different to anybody else. And then
exactly.
and then the 2012 documentary, which was one of the best ones in National Geographic, I watched, and I
Here's
saw listen, and I saw this, and this was when one of the survivors said when the British were picking up the survivors, the 114 that made it, they said, no joke, they said the British officers were treating us like brothers. You can't imagine how that after all the shine they gave us, they were treating us as if they were equals. And
That's
I
kind of
literally,
referenced in the music video that Sabaton did at the very end, where the guy gets rescued.
yeah. Oh, so even you figured out I'm a big fan of Sabaton, and
Yeah.
jeez, thing
So
is,
here's the thing though. Ever since Bismarck came out, I'm like, when are we gonna get a Scharnhorst song? Question mark.
or Prince Eugen, yeah. Listen, and when that happened after us, but I still felt Bismarck was a villain at the time. Remember, just keep that in mind. I understood
Yeah.
what we did, but I didn't understand that. And then I saw other documentaries about the plane who didn't shoot down the B-17. Franz Stigler saved Charlie Brown. He saved his life, and they became friends and good, like almost like brothers when they found each other in 1990. And then,
Yeah.
and then the Christmas truce in the Great War when we were
Oh,
the
exactly. That's a perfect example.
and then they decided not to fire on us. They decided they wanted a truce with us on Christmas Day because obviously they celebrated before we did, and we came out and we played football with them. And this thing, because I used to dislike Germany and its people at the time because I felt they were the villainous of Europeans compared to us, and we were the all good guys. But as I said before, not everybody was a villain, and I don't think none of us are all villainous. And
Yeah.
again, like I said, and then it really riled my mind a lot, right? And then Sabaton came along, and Bismarck was the first song I heard, and I instantly fell in love with the song. And it was the same time Azure Lane came in, and I saw what she looked like as a quote unquote human, almost like a human. And I was like, looks like a villain, but it's not quite, because the whole time I've seen the whole anime, the manga, what Bismarck does is not quite villainous as you think. And then I saw the other one, which was from Kantai Collection, which was the first time I actually saw what Bismarck looked like, and she's not that much different to her Azure Lane counterpart. Again, a big blondie and everything else. So typically, I was like,
Despite the fact there have been I don't know if this is kind of a meme, but many people have considered have often noticed that Enterprise and Bismarck look exactly like each other. And even, I think there's a Soviet ship that looks like them. I don't know.
there is actually one, and of course in Azure Lane, there's so many blondies and there's so many white-haired girls in the anime. And
Yeah.
of course, if you see the quote unquote Grey Ghost herself, USS Enterprise, who's the main good character in the game and in the series, there's a couple who look like her. Some call Bismarck the Golden Ghost because she looks like a German version of Enterprise. And then there's the other one, and Tirpitz looks like Enterprise but shorter hair, even though she's Bismarck's twin sister. They're supposed to be. And then you have one of the Soviet vessels called her Sosi Rossinia, whatever her name is, who was never built, who was supposed to be the Russian Bismarck, right? Because her personality is very similar.
Well, they were part of the Sovietsky Soyuz class, but they were never built.
That's it, yeah. The Sicilia class, whatever their names were.
Sovietsky Soyuz class.
That's right, yeah. Rosilia was my first favorite one I saw of, and she definitely looks like Bismarck. So, and again, she looks like Enterprise as well. But then again, some confuse us too much because they're both long, white-headed women. And then you have the other one who's called Gungat, who basically looks like who looks like Grass Zeppelin.
I think that ship is known as, if I'm correct, I'm gonna butcher this. I think that's Oktoberskaya Revoluция or October Revolution, but she's just called Gungat because that was her original name because her new name was gonna be way too long.
No, because that was from her from the Great War when she was, she's a Dreadnought
Yeah.
class.
And also, okay, I don't know if you know about this, but here's what I'm gonna say: Bismarck may have been the most powerful ship in the German Navy, but in my opinion, Scharnhorst was the scariest.
Yeah, well, if you think of the firepower that Bismarck had, Scharnhorst was not that far behind.
Well, look at what Scharnhorst did in her career. Look at what her and Gneisenau did. They literally became murder. They were literally like serial killers. While Bismarck, she sank like what Hood, and that's about it.
Yeah, she sank the pride of the flagship of the British Navy. That's even
And-
that's something. So that's even better. Like shooting all the other boats that the others did, but if you sank a flagship from another one, that's guaranteed the biggest victory of your career.
Don't you find it a bit odd that in both Scharnhorst and Bismarck cases, they were sunk by a KG-5 class battleship?
Yes, indeed.
Because Scharnhorst was sunk by Duke of York, who, in my opinion, looks a bit creepy in Azor Lane, and in Bismarck's case, she was sunk by KG-5 herself.
Yeah, if you actually if you want to see the difference, look in Kantai collection, you will see that there's some difference between the two of them. Although some almost look very identical. Look at Suikoku.
Yeah.
Not Suikoku. Look at Shokoku. I meant who's white. They're both white haired in both Kantai and Azure Lane. They almost look identical.
Yeah, I do kind of feel like I do wish Yamato gets added into the game.
Everybody is anticipating it, and I want to see what Yamato looks like.
Musashi and Shinano have been added, but not Yamato, because think about it. If Yamato gets added, we have Enterprise, we have Hood, or technically Queen Elizabeth, even though I prefer Hood. We have Bismarck, and then we just need Yamato.
Listen, as far as I'm concerned, I think Queen Elizabeth, this is the thing with me. When I saw Queen Elizabeth looking as she is, it kind of fits the way she is. But at the same time, I kind of had a joke because she kind of reminded me so much of Barbie. I don't know why. It's the hair, the face look.
I just thought that people would get mad because Queen Elizabeth would feel like they were stereotyping the British. That I was concerned about that.
Not really. As far as I'm concerned, it looked like a young Queen Elizabeth on the battlefield in training, almost learning to become the Queen of the Royal Navy. So I felt that was pretty cool.
To be honest, Prince of Wales and Illustrious seem to have more going on than freaking Queen Elizabeth is, and then in Azor Lane. Like, there's more stuff about those two.
Well, that's in the anime adaptation. Where in the video game, it's very different.
Okay, those two and Belfast.
Well, of course, Belfast is definitely, she's the only survivor in it, and she's so popular that sometimes you will see a cosplayer on her decks in London because she's that popular in the game. And everybody thinks of having a maid in the Royal Navy. If you ever wanted one as a maid waifu, quote unquote, many people will turn to Belfast, and I just so happen to be one of them.
And yet people are shipping her with Enterprise, which I'm not really surprised, honestly.
I didn't think that would be the case because I just thought the two would just be good buddy friends or whatever the case may be, unless they're trying to outdo who's the best whiteness out of the two nations.
Now, as for one ship I'm confused about is Yorktown, because apparently, like in the anime, she's meant to be listening to me to be missing a leg or something. I don't really know.
Well, in this case, in case of this one, Azure Lane, if you read the plot, Azure Lane is taking place in an alternate universe of World War II, basically.
Yeah.
And they're all still alive. Just that Yorktown is basically hospitalized and she's able to stand up and at the end recovered despite being knee bedridden. And I'm not going to lie to you, I actually I've actually been comparing the Yorktown class to the Olympic class. And when I looked at all three of them, I instantly could tell I was getting a somewhat familiarity. It was like I was seeing Olympic, Titanic, and Britannic almost, except...
I'm going to say right now, there is no way in heck you can compare Hornet to friggin' Britannic.
Well, being the younger sister of the two, I could see that, except there's a big difference between the two of them.
Yeah, Hornet is more outgoing.
Well, I could definitely tell... Hornet definitely had the young badass-looking sister like a real American woman would be, which is kind of cool. But I looked at But when I'm looking at Yorktown and Enterprise, I'm instantly thinking of Titanic and Olympic. Except it's almost like the roles are reversed. It's like, but here's the funny thing about it. It's like I'm saying, oh, this is confusing as I'm going to go along with this. But it's almost like I'm seeing Olympic as Yorktown almost in terms of being how she is. But at the same time, when I look at both like the personalities of my two Titanics, both her hindsight and the other side, I'm almost visioning like the two are playing two Titanics in one go. Like Yorktown's the more opener of Titanic, and then you got Enterprise, who almost looks like Titanic if she'd been in wartime, but looks almost like her darker personality, nearly almost. And you can see and then because there's so many versions in there, like Hood and Bismarck, and you've got the others in who have the long hairstyle, like, and the gray style and everything else. I'm thinking to myself, it's almost like I'm seeing multi variations, as if the guys who created Azure Lane had been seeing what I was doing with Titanic almost, and I can't even make my mind up of which version would be quote unquote Olympic Titanic and Britannic in an anime adaptation. It really boggles my head a lot.
Yeah, I understand that. In my head in my universe, in my crossover human universe, Hood is badly scarred from the explosion. So badly scarred that she literally has a metal arm at this point. They gave her a robotic arm, and she normally doesn't do much. So it's actually KT-5 or another ship, HMS Incomparable, who often take her roles. Because Hood, how bad Hood's explosion was. She trust me, a ship's human form is not going to get away from an explosion without some form of scarring. And in Hood's case, yeah, it bit her pretty bad. So it tells.
Yeah, well, in my variation, if you've been reading my Azure Lane fanfics, you will see there was a brief flashback where Hood and Bismarck have been refighting over and over again.
Not gonna lie, the guy in your I presume he's meant to be the commander. The commander in your fanfics, he looks like Captain Howard from Titanic 2.
You do realize you answered your own question. He's the closest. He's the only guy I could think of who would fit the commander as I visited him to look. And he's
oh my god!
But the difference is the quote unquote commander in mine is actually British.
Okay, so it's basically but you do realize that you probably picked like the guy from probably the worst Titanic adaptation, other than the Nazi version and the recent horror movie, to be the commander.
I would never have. But listen, a lot of people think my OC was from the 1943 film of Titanic, who does bear a similar resemblance to his youth 1912 look, whereas Captain Howard in the film of Titanic 2 would fit just about anybody I envision him to be. Like he's perfect. He's actually the reason why I made my Titanic OC in the first place was because of him. Not to mention he's perfect for how I envisioned the commander to look like. So again, what would you expect me to think? I wasn't going to use like a modern Japanese commander.
I thought you were just going to do what you did with Kane and just like draw your own version of someone.
I would have done so, but like I said before, it just serves as a good paragraph of what he looks like. Not to mention, unlike many other commanders, this commander, quote unquote, actually had a name. Yeah, he actually has my first name, but with two N's. His full name is Glenn Castus. Glenn Castus.
I like that, honestly. I kind of like how in my crossover universe, my OC, which is basically me in some like different form. Like I am often the one with the ship spirits, but I often stay away from them because of how godlike they are and stuff like that. Like you don't want to get on their rough nerves, so I stay away from them. But then there are some ships who want to talk to me and talk about stuff and stuff like that, like Olympic, for example, or Ireland.
But the thing is, though, Michael. The reason why we call him the commander is supposed to be his code name, and that's the reason why so no one knows in reality. The humans, quote unquote, that us being included, don't even know who he is. Like, because that's what he's trying to do with them. Everybody knows what they look like, but they all can't seem to once they coexist. But you can't quite bunch in with they're all trying to be protective with each other.
True.
they're weird people. They think they're cosplaying something or whatever the case may be, and yet we might not, people know who they are. But again, they only follow one rule, and they only follow the commander himself. They do not listen to political viewers. They do not listen to their leaders or whatever the case may be, because
True.
they're not fully actually human. They only know exactly what to do when they follow the commander's rules around. Heck, you've seen it in my thing multiple times. You see Rossilia, you see Aviora, who is everyone's favorite Russian ship girl, who began the game when it was in its beta form, who was also one of my favorites. God bless her, man.
I mean, it makes sense. I mean, in my universe, they have their own leaders, but in my Eagle Union, my version, it's the leader is not Enterprise. It's USS Delaware, aka formerly known as USS Arizona.
Oh, so you prefer her instead, okay?
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I always would prefer that Arizona has the most tragic story when it comes to World War II. Like whenever you think of Pearl Harbor, you think of immediately of USS Arizona. So I personally think that after the war happened, Arizona changed her name to Delaware. And now she's like she's covered in scars and burns marks from the war. Like you see it all over her. Like, but people say like, oh, she's the hottest ship spirit ever. And then you look at her and she's hot, but she's also covered in scars and burn marks. And she's like, I don't want to get rid of these scars because I want people to know what happened to me and what war can cause to people.
Not to mention when you see where in my version you see her and Bismarck fighting, where I'm trying to base on the video game events. If you see the final flashback of Bismarck versus Hood 3, where it gets really intense, like, it did get a little Star Warsy like because the drama that followed in it. You can see where Bismarck shoots Hood in the back and where she gets impaled, where a ship blows up like it did in reality.
Yeah.
But even in reality, Hood's rear lower back is her weak Achilles heel. So even that has to happen. But in my version, like I said, I was literally going full flat out with what I had to do. I'm still trying to basically tell the story of the redemption of Bismarck as a character that brings Azure Lane back in. Because I've seen now since she came back last year as Bismarck Sweef, where her name was, like 2, because they're doing newer body forms for them.
Yeah.
It's making me want to change my game up even more. And you see all the posts I've done. And they're supposed to be the upcoming chapters of what's going to happen.
I've often been confused when it comes to, if you know about the U.S. Navy, you know that they build later in the war, like I think it was 1943. They made second USS Lexington, Yorktown, Hornet, etc. And I was wondering how the heck would they work in the Ship Girl universe?
Well, you've seen what they look like, and if you go on Azure Lane's wiki and you type in Ship Type 2.
Yeah,
you will see Yorktown, you will see Laffey, you will see Hornet, and of course Bismarck. It's basically the new skin that they have. It's basically the same ship girl, just in a new technical body formation, and they carry the same memories of who their old form was. So technically, it's just the same person as I say, an upcoming body maybe. Because if you watched Azure Lane's recent anniversary video they did last year, which was amazing, you will see a brief flashback of Enterprise missing her 2 sisters, and then near the end, there they are, right behind her in their new form, in their Type 2 form. So technically, Enterprise hasn't lost her sisters.
Who knows? We might see Tirpitz Spy. I think.
We've seen Tirpitz a couple of times, but they're back together now, as you can tell in some of the animations they've done. And Bismarck's still wearing her classic uniform as usual, not her Type 2 form.
I do not like the voice they gave her in the English dub, because she sounds too much like a woman who's trying to like sound like a man, and B is trying to do a German accent.
But that's the thing. I like Bismarck's voice. It's how you would expect her to be. Deep, low, heavy, and powerful. And it goes with it. And it's funny how it's a Texas female doing the voice dub, but the accent, like I said before, the accents is in Azure Lane when they do it in English and try to make it sound like it. I don't know why, but it's bloody hilarious. It makes me like them.
I
Love the
do
character.
admit Prince Eugen is a very good job.
Yeah, yeah, I mean Prince Eugen definitely nailed it, and honestly, I can only imagine if that had been Bismarck's voice, which would have been funny, but at the same time, it worked. I'm just glad to know that Bismarck's getting more screen time.
I do
But
kind of feel like in Azur Lane. I don't know if you will agree with this, but I feel like they made in Azur Lane they kind of want you to hate Prince Eugen.
I don't know. I'm kind of like she looks like a villain at the same time, but she isn't quite as evil as you think.
And then there's Arc Royal, and she's something else.
Yeah, let's not go there. But she definitely looks like someone who could definitely do combat pretty well with, like ready to go down and get down to business.
I mean, you do. I mean, you do know. I forgot who was the third ship. I think it was HMS Cossack or something. But you do know there's like this thing going around where like a cat used to belong to Bismarck and then it went to Arc Royal, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
even know if
Bismarck's
that's even
good.
real.
Truth be told, like I said, when you see the other characters as well, they're good. I mean, the voice dubbing is good. But like I said before, if you watched all the other ones, like the the original vid animations that they've been doing, Bismarck has somewhat made a comeback in the animation with HMS Hood as well, which was great. And problem is though, the only thing is though, they haven't done them in English yet. And I was thinking, come on, let's hear the English dub. Like, let's hear what Bismarck's going to sound like, because
You know,
it would help my fanfic variation of how I would vision her in my head.
are you talking
And-
about that one episode they did where like Z-23, Javelin, et cetera, trying to like to help Bismarck kind of like
Yes,
win over Tirpitz or something?
like come and join her at the banquet dance. Yes, to get the two together, because that was something we wanted to see. Like, have the two ever been like side by side with each other? And that was quite a nice feeling, because it turns out in the mangas I've been reading, turns out whenever the two are together, Bismarck's herself and she can actually be herself and she's happy to be around. And yet she comes across as this character who looks intimidating, don't get me wrong. But she isn't quite the villain as you would envision her to be, and yet she's like this character who's hard to open up and has a bit of a social problem or whatever, and yet she acts like a motherly figure to everybody else. So I'm thinking, wow, the most evilest Kriegsmarine flagship we used to hate isn't as bad as you think. And
I personally think
it was so
that
hilarious. Like, when I showed in that episode, it was brilliant. And then, as we know, she ends up wearing her famous Beacon of Ironblood attire, which is quite the thing. But then again, it does make her look very unique in her own way. Again, it matches the stylish. And then there's the iconic scene where she does the handout thing, and I was thinking, oh, and then I'm like, oh wow, she is actually a good character after all. And I was like,
yeah, I think so too.
and I instantly thought, and for a brief moment, it was like seeing Titanic in my fanfic. In that moment, I was like, holy that right. And then you see Tirpitz and U-556 briefly together. And I thought, that's fantastic. So I'm like, and this had an effect on my outlook for good. It was a good feeling. And then they did it recently with the new one that came out, which is focusing on us now. They focused on Queen's Orders, aka Queen Elizabeth. And
Actually, personally, if going of I'm sure you know the history of British warships, and especially the history behind USS Warspite. I can picture her being kind of a bit of a sniper.
yeah, she's the old grand lady. She has a pretty good service record.
I'm surprised they chose HMS Belfast for preservation. Okay, respectfully enough, but not Warspite. I'm American saying this.
I know, and yet the Americans never had the audacity to preserve USS Enterprise, the most decorated ship of the entire nation. You would think, right?
In our defense, we did build a second Enterprise, but then we scrapped that one, and we now are making a third one. So,
yes, it's kind of like, I know, to think if you put this in Azur style, you think Bismarck is constantly just getting an upgrade body formation. I get it.
Well, okay, and in my defense, we saved USS Texas. Okay.
Yeah, of all people, yeah, the USS Texas, and you even got the USS Iowa, who I also have been on board.
Okay. Are you okay? You do know that there were meant to be 6 Iowa class ships, right? Kentucky and
Yes,
Illinois,
yes,
but
that's right. So that
but
never
they were
came to
never built.
fruition. That never came to fruition.
But in our defense, we have saved all 4 Iowa class ocean liners. I mean battleships.
That is weird, though. Yeah, and if you look in Kantai Collection, Iowa it looks like a badass, like a true American. Whereas in Azure Lane, totally different story, but who knows?
I
But anyway,
I like to think that you know how recently they've been adding like World War One ships into Azure Lane. Like I'm pretty sure they've been doing that with the
oh,
Germans.
they have, yeah, they did, yeah,
Yeah,
they were the first ones that came in from the pre-Ironblood eras. They look fantastic.
I
I'm not gonna
I
lie,
will
I love them.
I will laugh if they have freaking RMS I forgot who it was that sank Kaiser Wilhelm der Grosse that one time in a battle. But if they have freaking British like auxiliary cruisers, that'll be hilarious.
Yes, indeed. I'd be amazed if they could ever bring some of the other ones in there. Like, what if they ever bring? Oh my god! Could you imagine if they bring any of the Australians in this one? Like, imagine
I
they
can see
bring.
that happen. They brought the Czech. Okay, they have the Italians, the Russians, and the Chinese. The Australians have to be next.
I'll be damned. I will be damned if they bring in HMSH Sydney, who's my favorite, who also had a fight with one of the German battleships.
That's a bit of a confusing one, honestly,
Yeah, and
because
imagine what I can only imagine the vessel who sank Sydney would eventually become a Ironblood vessel, and I can imagine what that would look like.
you have no idea how many times I thought you were Australian.
And then not the first time either, mate. People think I'm either American,
Be-
Australian, or New Zealand. It's been going on
Because
since I was 14.
because ever since like when I first heard you talking about 3801, I'm like, is he Australian? Because he's been talking a lot about Australian trains, and I'm like, oh wait, no, he's British.
No, it's because I learned my stuff from Flying Scotsman that led me to the introduction of Australian locomotives, and 3801 was among them, who is basically the Flying Scotsman of Australia. And no pun intended, like I said. But anyways, we'll have to wrap this up pretty soon eventually, Michael. God, we've done a pretty good job.
Actually,
Anyways,
quick question: do you have a Discord?
mm-hmm.
What can you send it to me in chat so I can like send you my so we can probably talk on Discord?
I'm very protective with that, you know.
Yeah, I understand.
I'm very protective of that, unless you want to check out on DA, maybe.
On DeviantArt,
Yeah, do you have a DA too?
yeah, I do, but sometimes it just doesn't work or something like that.
No, I could send it to you over that way, maybe. Who knows? But either way, it's like I said before, Michael. But when you see the animated series, like you said, it is really cool. But when you watch like some of the stuff in Azure Lane, like if you watched Queen's Orders, it's very difficult. But they finally have been getting other characters involved. They finally did, you know, it's sadly not in English dub, but I was so glad to know that they did a good job at it. They did a good intro. And of course they're going with the book itself, you know, with the manga, as you should say, actually.
Yeah.
And of course, Hood made a return. Looks gorgeous as ever that we have seen her in season 1. So they kept that off. I was very proud of that. So I was like, yes, they finally got my flagship. And I was thinking, are they going to do it? And I was thinking, and I read the book, and there was Bismarck. I was thought, okay, Hood's there, Bismarck's there, and they got her in, and I was like, wow, they nailed it pretty well. And she was blending in quite more, and then they even brought in the Northern Parliaments in there, and I was like, oh my god, they're actually going to do it. And they actually brought my favorites in. They brought Minsk, and they brought in Cecilia Rossiya, who was my other favorite. I was like, oh my god, the Russian version of Bismarck is actually seeing a crossover to the actual Kriegsmarine. I was like, holy shit, they're actually seeing it happen. And I was literally marking out. I was like, yes, all my favorites that the commander's in love with is actually there on screen. And I thought to myself, this is just too much. And it was brilliant. And that's what I like about Azure Lane. And of course, when you think of Azure Lane, think of Sabaton with some of them. And I'm thinking it's a good, perfect mixture. And it was so funny, Michael. right? And I was
Yeah.
watching it and I was actually laughing my head off. They actually put Grass Spay in there as well. You know, Admiral Grass Spay made an appearance in there, and of course her sister Deutschland, ironically enough, which gave me the laughs a lot. You know, they're supposed to be sisters apparently, which works out pretty well. And yeah, and Bismarck was in there, and of course Queen Elizabeth was hilarious with what she was doing. Again, Hood making her appearances as usual, along with Belfast and everything else. And it just made me wonder. Oh, and it just made me wonder, Michael, you know, will we
Yeah.
ever get an English dub? And I need, because I'm not always a big fan of subtitling, but it was brilliant with what they've been doing. But the
I hope we do get a English dub.
we need that because I will get the DVD of Azure Lane, but they need to get the OVAs re-released and put them in the English dub just for the sake of it, so we can actually hear what they're actually saying in English dubbing. And of course, the other thing is what hasn't happened yet. I know we've seen other fans have done it in their fan arts and fanfics, and we've seen it in, you know, in other good stuff, but we have yet to see Hood and Bismarck actually cross paths on the screen in the anime series, and I want it so badly. I'm probably the only one who wants to see it happen because we need to see our two flagships face to face.
Yeah.
It's what I want to see. I want to see them go at it, you know. You know,
I personally want to see Enterprise and Yamato.
oh
if
boy,
Yamato, if Yamato even appears.
if she appears, well, I believe she's going to be. I hope she does because we've seen her two sisters make an appearance, so we know gives us a hint of what might be. We've seen what she looks like in Kantai Collection, which is pretty decent enough. But thing is, though, I'm just saying right now, honestly, God, it's insane. Like I said before, but at least they managed to do the whole thing where Enterprise's original rival, which would have been Akagi. So it makes perfect sense for those two to go at each other. So, you know, it was because of that when the Battle of Midway was fought.
Yep.
Yeah. It's just so strange. Like you see all the characters, they look all good. They look like your typical anime characters. But nowadays, when you think of battleships nowadays, you just think of these characters, and that's how you would think of them if you saw them in World War One or Two. And speaking of, like you said, they even did, you know, some of the ships from the Great War, and of course, you may have noticed they actually did do that. They brought in a couple of them, and they even did one which was called Endem, and she has a double personality because basically there were two ships who had the same name. Hence why they look the same, except one's called the White Swan and the other one's called the Black Swan.
That's
and
funny.
Yeah, it's true. Check it out. You can see them right now. They're known as the Twin Swans. And of course, that instantly made me feel like, is someone taking the mickey on my Titanic double personality here? As I was so convinced. It's brilliant, though.
Well,
It
I
is
don't
brilliant.
really picture it as a double personality for Titanic. I just picture it being like her corrupted personality, like all the stuff that happened to her, like it just like corrupted her personality.
Well, if you see the two of them, one's dressed in white and the other one's dressed in black with the two German ship girls of KMS Endem, right? It's
Yeah.
brilliant. But they both come from the same wisdom cube that created them. And somehow they had fused together, and that's why the two speak, except one speaks normal and the other one has a bit of an echo voice. And I'm like, that's classic anime right there. But to do that with two, that would make my commander very freaks. But still, it's really, really cleverly done. But it would be nice if they do add some of the Australian vessels in there and see who else could be in there. And of course, they've even gone as far as making the pirate ships back in the day. They brought the Mary Celeste. They brought in a Gold Hold, whatever her name was.
I can't wait to see the freaking Flying Dutchman.
Yeah, Flying Dutchman might make an appearance. I know they've gone all the way back. Even last year, they've gone all out. They've gone back to the pirate days, and now they've gone back to they've even done the future. They've even done all kinds. And I'm thinking, where the heck are we going to go next?
Future, I can't wait to see USS Nimitz.
Indeed. I can't wait to see what else they're going to do. Like, Like I said, they're going completely out of the bloom with this, but it's fantastic and I love it. As you will, if you ever want to continue rereading some of the fanfics on Azure Lane, you can if you ever wanted to, unless you've caught up
Right.
with it.
All right. I'm pretty much caught up with it as of now.
If you ever want to, you can always put your comments in it if you really want to, if you're interested to, because I'd love to hear what you'd like to say about it.
Okay. I sent you my Discord name in case you want to talk to me.
Well, you need to have a number at the end, I think.
Oh.
Whatever it was. Because I'm just going to log in right now with it. Because there's another guy named Michael the Random. There was. That can't be you, is it?
If it's a random, then it's probably me. Does it have a yellow thing as its profile picture?
Saying something, aka you cannot kill me.
Oh no, that is not me.
That says Michael the Random. That isn't you, is it?
No, I don't think so.
That's so strange, because I thought that was you.
No, what do you mean by random?
That's the guy's name.
No, it's not me.
Huh. Very weird.
Huh.
'Cause I was so convinced that was the bin.
Well, I don't really have a profile picture at this point. That's how you would know it would be me because it's like a yellow bunny or something. It's a profile picture or something.
Holy Christ, I've just realised I didn't know they did the oh, that doesn't really matter. Hang on. I was talking about something else. Strange. But anyways, I'm gonna have to wrap this one up, Michael. If you want to pop back in again, we can continue with this another time.
All right.
Thanks for being on from beginning to end. So you've made the record, mate.
All right.
So take care, Michael.
All right. You too.
If you want to find me, you'll see Flying Scott. If you want to find me on Discord, you might find a Flying Scotsman from the US tour.
Okay.
Here we go. I'm just gonna put mine in the box for you if you want to find me quickly.
Right.
I'm very protective about this because this is the issue I have with a lot of things.
Yeah, I completely understand. By the way, I just realized that your name is very similar to a certain coffee pot engine.
Not really. Mine's spelled Glen. Glenn's name is actually Welsh. It's Glyn.
Yeah, I don't know if you've been to Wales, but there's this one town that has this extremely very, 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 very long name, and I'm like, why?
I know exactly what you mean. I know what you mean, pal. Here we go. Here's where to find me. There you go.
Okay, got it.
Anyways, I'll catch you, Michael, a bit later on. But thanks for popping in. I really appreciate it.
No problem.
Either way, like I said, if you ever want to talk about the whole thing with Azure Lane again, and of course with anything in my fanfics or whatever the case may be, we can speak there about it.
All right.
Take care.
All right.
Thanks, Michael. See you later, lads. And thanks for popping in, everybody. I'll catch you at another time. This is KaneFan701. Until then.